Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Namaste and good morning, or a very early good morning to everybody who is watching wherever you are. It's wonderful to have you back on day 2 of the 44th World Chess Olympiad. We are going to be your hosts again today. It's again Grandmaster's Yasser Servan. I'm Grandmaster Arthur Nexans. We had a blast yesterday following round 1. Not a lot of surprises, but Yasser, probably today we might see some upsets. What do you think?
Oh, well, absolutely. First of all, good morning, Arturs. I am here in Holland, so it is morning my time. And good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us and hanging out with us today. We're really looking forward to something special. Yeah, there wasn't that many upsets, I must say. Yesterday, Levon Aronian gave up a half a point, but mostly the favorites, including the Indian teams, were phenomenal. India scored the maximum.
Right, indeed. So I guess at some point we're going to still look back what happened in day 1, but let's check also the format of the Olympiad.
Indeed.
Here you see it's 11 round Swiss. This is round 2 out of 11. Yesterday they played round 1. It's a team event. 4 players in the team, 1 reserve player. Obviously, they're striving to win the match for the team. 2 points for the winner, 1 draw. 1 point for a draw, 0 for the loss, and the team with most team points in end is going to win the Olympiad.
Right. Oftentimes it does come down to tie breaks, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Right, and the time control is, I guess, one of the most popular ones out there in the circuit. 90 minutes for first 40 moves, an extra 30 minutes after move 40, plus 30 seconds from move 1. And to make things really spicy and interesting, there's the Sofia rule enforced. This means no draw offers before move 30.
Before move 30? That's
yeah.
Okay, very, very nice. Yesterday, a lot of the top teams rested their first board. In other words, there was no Magnus Carlsen, there was no Fabiano Caruana for Team USA, but our cracking production crew had made a nice profile on Magnus and the Norwegian teams that we didn't air yesterday. Is now the time, Arturs?
Yeah, let's check it.
All right.
The Olympiad is the ultimate team competition in chess. However, Norway's chances for medaling for the first time likely rest on the shoulders of one player. That player also happens to be the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen will be in Chennai to represent Norway for the first time since 2016. Inevitably, he is key to a potential Norwegian success story. If Team Norway is to find a spot on the podium, or even shock the world and win it all, Carlsen must dominate. Still, even a dominant world champion will need help. Fortunately for Norway, the supporting cast is the strongest that it's ever been. Arjen Tari, the 2017 World Junior Chess Champion, is one of the world's top 100 players and will play the second board for Norway. Tari was just 14 years old when Carlsen became World Chess Champion, but now, though young, he is an experienced competitor and a valuable Norwegian star. Also representing Norway's post-Carlsen generation are Johan Sebastian Christensen and Frode Urkedal. They too were but teenagers when Carlsen reached the pinnacle of individual chess. Now they must hold their own if Norway is to reach the top of team chess. Jon Ludvig Hemmer, Carlsen's longtime friend and a former 2700 player, rounds out this exciting team. Hemmer also has been a valued second to Carlsen in some of his greatest successes. The Norwegians have never medaled in the Olympiad, but this year, Norway is seeded third. With their high seeding comes high expectations of taking home their first medal.
Wow, what a wonderful presentation we got there.
Truly.
I mean, really, Yasser, I have a feeling that Magnus Carlsen is basically challenging the best United States team. This is something I definitely look up. And here you see the roster of Team Norway.
Yeah, no, that was a great clip, to be sure. Kudos to our wonderful production team on that. And absolutely, Norway, which traditionally has always been a winter sports country. Skiing, ice skating, you bet the Norwegians were and are great players, great athletes. Chess, not so much so, but what a difference it makes having a Magnus Carlsen. And well, he's inspired a country. Let's be very clear. But now, Arturs, as we get ready to talk about day two, round two, let's take a look at some of our key matchups in
Let's
the Open.
do that.
Yeah, starting with the Open.
Right, we see that the round two. Basically, what happened yesterday, maybe we're going to touch it at some point later. There was no major surprises. I mean, all due respect, some of the people shouting out some big surprises, upsets in the chat. Unfortunately, they didn't really happen, except of some minor results, meaning individual results, not in the case of the team results. So here today we have India, who is paired on board one as the host of the Olympiad. They're playing against Moldova. Team United States dropped yesterday half a point, and they're playing against Paraguay. And you know what, Yasa, this is going to be really, really interesting because yesterday we didn't really have any GM matchups. Today it's a different day, and already among the top teams I could see as far as 3 GM pairings. It's not going to be easy for USA. It's not going to be easy for India. Also, Norway, the team of Magnus Carlsen, obviously spearheaded. They're facing Uruguay, which is represented by Georg Meyer, who recently switched from Germany to Uruguay.
That's a big matchup on board one. I must say, Magnus coming into the tournament is not going to get a walkover.
Actually, you know, I kind of remember, I think it was in the 2016 Baku Olympiad that Magnus was on site, but he didn't play round one. He didn't play round two for whatever reason. I think also round three he skipped, and everybody was already wondering when he's finally going to play. He did play at some point, and now, yeah, this time he started earlier. Round two, he's ready to score big results for Team Norway, and already, as it was mentioned in the video, he's going to need to crush his opponents, not just beat them.
Yeah, dismantle, crush, draw, and quarter. Belgium versus Spain. That will be also an interesting matchup. Poland, Colombia. Very interesting this round two as we get started. More or less, I want to say rounds 4 and 5. Then you start seeing the favorites face off against one another. But for those of you who aren't familiar with the Olympiads, it's really, really nice to get in those 4-0 results early. It takes a lot of pressure off later in the rounds. And I see that we're underway. Before we get underway into the games, I'd also just like to take a look at the pairings for the ladies in section. Could you do the honors on that one as well?
Right. So Team India, the top seeded in the ladies tournament, they're facing Argentina. And yesterday, we actually missed how Tanya Sachdev managed
How
to
did she
grind
do
down
that?
Tanya, aka Magnus Sachdev. She managed to
Right,
beat Argentina, not Argentina, but her yesterday's opponent, which appeared to
right.
be totally drawish game. But she kept playing. She was rewarded with a full point. And what it makes it really amazing that yesterday all three Indian teams scored 24 versus 0. I mean, this is the kind of perfect start they were looking for.
Oh, no question about it. Thrilled the locals for sure. Turkey, your Ukraine. Don't underestimate Turkey and the ladies. They've been supporting their ladies, and just keep an eye on that one.
Right. So Turkey against Ukraine, Georgia against Lithuania. Very interesting matchups. Croatia versus Poland. Poland usually is very strong in the team events.
Mhm.
And France against Egypt. This is the top 5 pairings of the ladies tournament.
Wonderful. And as you mentioned, Magnus joining the competition for the first time. Shall we honor the world champion? And what do we have?
I think we have to. We simply cannot skip this game at all, right?
Right? Exactly.
So he's
And
playing against Georg Meyer. I mean, actually, it's interesting. His flag still shows Germany, but let's assure you this is not Germany.
right.
This is Uruguay. So
Exactly.
Georg was playing for many years for Germany. I don't really know the entire story, but I think one of his parents, or he was at least related to Uruguay in some way. And
Right.
then at some point he decided to switch to the federation to Uruguay.
Exactly. And again, I remember Georg Meyer, first of all, being a student at Webster University in St. Louis. I got a chance to see him rather often during my sojourns to St. Louis, but also I remember him competing very well in the great tournaments of Dortmund. So again, he's a very experienced grandmaster, and we'll see. He is also notoriously known as a French player. So when Magnus opened 1e4, we could be sure it would be a French. I'm a little bit surprised by
That is strange, Yasser, right? Because I
moving
always felt that French defense is like reserved for the French players. I mean, when I'm always playing a French player, I mean, whatever the level, I mean, e4 almost automatically is e6. So there's some kind of a national thing, really, but I don't know.
You got to represent your opening, I guess.
Right.
And takes on e4. Now, for me, the move c2, c3, I don't call it a slip. That's ridiculous. I call it a second move. Knight f3, and very often this whole bishop d3, queen e2 idea is played virtually automatically, just like that.
Yeah.
And you're not really supposed to play c2, c3 as white for a multiple number of reasons. By the way, my pedigree is as a French defense player, so I have license to speak of what I say. c2, c3 is an indication, and a very clear indication, that you're not castling long. And that's a very key option in this line of the French. Like I say, you quickly play knight f3, bishop d3, queen e2. Somehow you castle long and you get some attack going. When you play c2, c3, it's basically an indication that you're not playing for that really, 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 really sharp opening advantage as white. Rather, you're just looking for a long game.
Right. But yeah. I mean, this variation for black actually is pretty solid. Black gives away the center, then he wants to play knight g to f6, so this knight e7 looks a bit awkward. One of the points is that after the eventual capture on f6, black wants to reposition the other knight. So for example here, that's why you don't play knight f6 right away, because the white could just take it, and now you face an uneasy choice. For example, g takes on f6 doubles the pawn structure, a very committal decision, but queen f6, knight f3, you now start to ask yourself questions, what my queen's doing on f6.
Exactly. Exactly so. And bishop g5 can embarrass you. So knight d7 for all those reasons. c2, c3, which is, again, for me as black, when I see the move c2, c3, I'm very happy. Knight f6, bishop d3. I would expect from black's position at this point, there's two main moves here, I would say, is you want to play bishop e7 and you want to play c5. More or less, you want to do both things simultaneously.
At the same time, right?
Exactly. So you want to be able to castle quickly, escape the center as black, castle short, and you want to challenge white in the center and hit the d4 pawn as soon as possible. So c5, bishop e7, and the third option is, your bishop on c8. Let's be honest, it sucks. We got to do something about that bishop. So b7, b6, and bishop b7 is a natural way of developing as well. And by the way, I just want to make a big shout out to our audience. Again, thank you, each and every one of you, for joining Arturs and I. We certainly enjoyed your comments yesterday, and I've got my big chat over here, so I'm watching your chat window and feel invited. Invited to ask Arturs and I any questions and direct us, if you will, if we're missing some, exciting game. And sorry to put it this way, in the top 10 boards, because that's where we're really going to be focused.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but we're experiencing some technical difficulties here in the studio. I hope you'll be patient with us.
In terms of move transmission, games, and video, if you can keep a sharp lookout for us, hey, we'll be grateful, right, Arturs?
Right. I'm also obviously watching the chat all the time. I mean, not always we can respond, but indeed, like already Yasser said, you have some interesting insights or just you would like to find out what's going on. We'll do our utmost best to give you an answer or not.
I see in the chat, Yasser is watching us. So behave. That's right. Behave, guys and gals.
All right.
Behave.
Anyway,
right.
let's move on with this game.
Right.
So knight e4, this was played. Knight f6 was played. And yes, your idea, c5, challenge the center. Why not?
Absolutely. That's what it's all about. And if black can, let's say knight f3, just as a move. Bishop, perfect. CD. Knight takes d4. Let's say bishop c5. Just put it on the board. And if black could, for example, in this position, after say a move like knight b5, it's actually, strangely enough, a bad move. After a7, a6, queen takes d8, king takes d8. This is actually a really, really wonderful endgame for black. This is almost like the ideal endgame that black wants. He'll put his king on e7, he'll put his rook on d8, and his queen side pieces will find their right squares like almost on their own. And so to get an advantage with white, real precision is required. And a little slip like knight b5, which actually feels like it could be a decent move, can get you into a little trouble.
But Magnus doesn't need opening advantage, right? I mean, he always relies on his positional skills to outplay the opponent.
Right.
Actually, Yasser, I'm not super excited about what Magnus got out of the opening, because it seems that if black is about to consolidate what's happening at the king side, so obviously c6 on d4, we have the IQP, isolated queen's pawn structure. White wants to play queen d3, bishop g5, and say, hello, you have some problems there on the pawn h7, right? So if black manages somehow queens go away from the board, let's say we remove the queens, and he plays b6, bishop d7, and knight e5, and even in some ideal scenario, the light square bishops go away, white is in trouble. So he needs really to show something, right?
Absolutely. The isolated queen pawn, it's all about dynamic play. static play favors the player against the isolated queen pawn. And I'll just correct you on the b7, d6 for just a moment, because in this particular position, you have to be, your only vulnerability could be the bishop a4 check. So a nicer way is just to go bishop d7 and bishop c6. And then the bishop kind of like is anchored there. And then you quickly, just as you said, play the move queen d5 and look for that queen trade as black, right? You know, your queen's in the middle of the board, and suddenly you start thinking like, you know, I'm gonna pressure the isolated queen pawn. But please, Arturs, let's just jump around if you don't mind, and
Yeah.
we'll go to another top board.
I
Has
guess we
Fabi-
have to start with Fabi Caruana's game.
Yeah.
because yesterday he was not there. He was resting. He was watching their team players fighting while he was resting at a hotel. For Levon yesterday, it was a disastrous day. I mean, actually, you know, I love the exchange sacrifice he did
You
yesterday.
did.
It just,
Me too.
yeah, I liked it. It's just what he did afterward, not so much.
Exactly. It's sort of like he made this very bold, very creative exchange sacrifice. I loved it. I thought it was good. And then he followed it up with a sequence of, shall we be kind and say questionable decisions. It's sort of like his queen started going backward to d6 to b8, king, which was on h8, went to g8, and just a lot of tempo wasting. And by the way, big kudos to Levon's opponent, a much lower rated player. He seemed to have a better grasp and understanding of the position than Levon, and he got a very big advantage. I mean, he was terrified by the draw offer, and he accepted the draw offer from a winning position, but he got the winning position, and that was quite the achievement.
I guess that's what matters in the end, right? He played this amazing game against one of the best players in the world. I saw all of this discussion online. Obviously, some people were questioning, I mean, why wouldn't want to play on? But I mean, if you imagine yourself in Aronian's opponent's perspective, I mean, what would you do, right? Probably
Exactly.
just throw both hands. Thank you for this
Well,
role. Anyway, I mean, you still need to beat the super strong players. I know it for myself because that's where the best players in the world, you get a very good, maybe even a winning position, and they just don't give up. They're very resilient. This is what makes them the best players in the world. And also, I'm sure if Aronian's opponent would have continued to play on, he wouldn't lose the game.
Yeah, and again, again, we just say about that situation. Trust me, at these team events, Levon's opponent was like the hero, right? I mean, that's just like this great, you know, representative of the country. You know, you took down, you know, a gold, many times gold medal winner, Levon Aronian, and you stopped him. That makes your country really proud of you. And so, you know, I smile, but you know, I appreciate that the draw offer was accepted too. I mean, and just had to nice day one.
Nice day one indeed. And actually, you know, yesterday I checked very briefly after the end of the round. There's no even close results. It's either 4-0 or some minor upsets, 3-1, 3.5. There was no draws. I think the team Chad was the only team to get 1 point. I think they were not paired for round one, and now they are pretty much in the middle of the tournament table with 1 point because everybody else has 2 points or 0 points. And not even the close matchups, 2.5 against 1.5. This didn't happen yesterday. So today, I think this is going to be the moment we are going to see not only individual upsets, but also upsets at the team level.
Yeah, match favorites. I agree with you. By the way, day ones, historically, I played in 10 Olympiads. I've been a visitor probably at another 10. Historically, you know, there is something in the water on day one that there is a shock, surprise, 2.5, 1.5, 2-2, something rare. But yesterday, you're right. I mean, the favorites were formidable, dominant, and so forth. By the way, the game that you have, Fabi, I mean, it's still early moments here. They're still in the throes
Looks
of
quite
third.
equalish, right?
Yeah, let's go over and say hello to the ladies, if you don't mind. Let's see what Team India and Humpy is doing. Again, Humpy Canero leading a very ambitious Indian squad in the ladies section. And I believe, help me out, Archer, she comes in as the highest rated ladies player.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. So for ladies, actually, I don't know the entire list, but to reach 2,700, and Humpy has done it before. This is an amazing achievement.
Wow.
And I still remember how Judith Polgar obviously was one of the rare exceptions back in the 90s, being able to compete with men, being the top 10. And this is still something difficult to reproduce. But ever since, the ladies level is becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. So we already have several female players who reached over 2,600. It's getting more competitive, more serious. And Conor Humpy is obviously one of the strongest players, not only in India, but all over the world. And yeah, they scored yesterday amazing 24 against 0. So this means they mean business here. They want to do it. They really want to do it.
They do mean business. And in that position that you had out of the opening, I really like White. I'm a big believer in space. I like having an advantage in space. I like having what I would call a grip in the center. Here we see that White has a pawn structure C4, D5, E4, which really limits, for example, the scope of the bishop on C8. The bishop on C8 says, excuse me, I've got a question. What am I doing? Am I going to B7? Am I going to A6? Am I going to D7 or G4? So that space advantage is limiting Black's effective piece play.
Yasser, I perfectly understand what you're talking about, because space advantage is one of my absolute favorite topics.
Right.
You just push those pawns forward as far as you can, you gain more space, and this means you have more loft for your pieces to operate. And the general rule is, if you have more space advantage, which White has, you don't want to trade pieces, at least in general. So try to keep for Black as many as you can, because he might start to feel claustrophobic at some point.
Exactly. And what I would do in White shoes right here, right now, is I would play the move F2, F4, because I would not want Black. I wanted to deprive Black of the opportunity to trade pieces. Specifically, even though that exchange, that trade of knight on E5 takes bishop on D3, may look, it might appear that the bishop on D3 is ineffective. By trading that minor pieces, that one set of minor pieces, Black's game feels less claustrophobic, if I can use your word for a moment. But with the move F2, F4, the knight on E5 starts to feel a little bit cramped. The knight will go to F3, and slowly, White will have a king-side attack for free. She won't have sacrificed anything. But suddenly, and not too surprisingly, Black's king will come under pressure. So I like what, in fact, if I could get this kind of position with White, I take it every time.
I think this is also sometimes causing Black to do something, because nobody really wants to sit from the Black's perspective and see how White rolls over him. So also by playing something like F4, you probably expect that Black is going to make some kind of a counter strike. For example, let's say something like E6. But is this something that you want to do? Because maybe White is waiting for this, and let's say we could consider, I'm not saying this immediately has to be done.
Sure.
Knight F3, and these might be targets.
Exactly. And you, like I said yesterday, I'm a very unusual player in that I try to justify everything I do, even when I do something incredibly stupid with my pieces. I'm trying to justify it. And you might look at the queen on c2 and the bishop on d3 and say, well, why did you put the pieces like that? And only because the pieces happen to be there in that way, I try to justify them. And in this example that you showed, I start thinking about the move f4, f5, so I can blast open this diagonal, which at the moment looks completely closed, but I try to find lines, variations, where my pieces, people will look at the game and go, wow, you know, that turned out to be a great place. Queen c2 was great. Black eventually got crushed on the g6 square. So a move like d5 takes e6, I would definitely consider it in that position. Okay, very
Right.
good. Now at this point, I'm getting Anna Muzychuk, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
We want to
I'll
see
bring
Anna's
her
game.
up in a moment.
Right. And I see
There's actually two
We've got
Muzychuks. Oh, just a
both
second.
Mariya and Anna are playing today.
Yeah, which one?
I think Anna was asked on, I see in the chat.
Anna, but I don't have Anna's game, actually.
Oh,
So here we
oh,
have Mariya Muzychuk. It's her younger sister. Maybe let's check
Yes.
that game instead.
Okay.
She's playing with black against Turkish player Yekaterina Talek. 94, look at that. So I guess
Yeah.
black is thinking about some stonewall ideas with f5 and claim that white setup against the stonewall is not ideal.
right. That seems to be the idea. Now, is it true, Arturs? Is knight e4 an overreach? I think a lot of people would probably have just played knight d7 there as black, but knight e4, I would define that as an ambitious move.
Yeah, but then again, if you play knight e7, maybe white plays queen c2, bishop e2. You never
Queen-
get to play knight e4, right?
Yeah, it's a totally different way of play. It's almost like in the Murano, where
Yeah.
you go queen c2, queen e7, bishop e2, rook d8, castles, takes on c4, take with the pawn on c4, e5. And it's a completely different way of play, but one that has been approved in, I want to say, tens of thousands of grandmaster games, right?
This is the classical plan, indeed.
Exactly. So
Okay.
the move knight e4 by Mariya is kind of off the beaten path, and it just sort of says, you know, I'm going to be a little bit more ambitious. Now the question is, let's say knight takes e4.
Yeah,
which
we
you
have to
were-
check it. And this is
yeah,
on the
just-
board, by the way.
Oh, it's on the board. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Knight to d2. I think you have to play f5 at this point. You're somehow committed to making such a decision, right?
Or unless, yeah, f5 would be my top guess as well, unless she's planning to play something like queen h4, sacrifice the pawn on e4, but I don't think it's very serious. I think you're right, probably f5.
Okay, so again, for those of you who are familiar with my discussion about what you're trying to achieve in an opening, this will all be, you know, repetitive. But really what you're trying to achieve is three things. You're trying to have your fair share of the center, your fair share of the center of control, effective squares for your pieces, and a safe king. Now, when I see the move f7, f5, I immediately start thinking that I, as white, want to castle long, because I want to play castles, and f3 force black to open up the g file so I can attack my opponent's king. So in this position, if we could just make a move queen c2, now we're going to ask black, okay, I'm going to castle, I'm going to play f3, I'm going to open up the g file for one of my rooks. My bishop on b2 will be, you know what I mean, on the long diagonal. And it's going to be a charged position, right? A double-edged position.
I'm not really sure how black is supposed to continue here. I see a couple of ideas for black. One is go the traditional way, queen e7, e5, fight for the center,
right?
Open the bishop on c8. The second idea perhaps is slightly more ambitious, which is c5. open this bishop here and then somehow play knight c6, a5, and try to close this bishop and claim that black has this amazing pawn. What does it even cluster in the center?
I like it, but I just like the word amazing. The amazing center. Yeah, so this is going to be a fun game. We definitely want to keep our eyes on this one as well. And Arturs, what other matchups?
There's many interesting matches. Maybe let's do it like this, that we're gonna still check one more game from the ladies tournament, and then we're gonna jump in right back to the open tournament. Perhaps let's check one of the leading fights in the Armenian team. I think, yeah, Elina Danilyan against Monika Machlik from Norway.
From Norway, yeah.
Seems quite typical position.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit accepted. I see. I spent much of my career playing the black side of a Queen's Gambit accepted. And normally speaking, whenever I saw the knight on c3 early, placed there early, like I do right now, I was very happy. I always thought that with the knight on b1, white could use the tempo better by playing castles or even going for a very early e3, e4 kind of pawn sacrifice. But with the knight on c3, I always felt like I will play b5. My opponent will move his bishop away. My opponent will play a4. I will play b4. And with the knight on c3, then I'll get that tempo. So I think knight on c3 is already bad timing. The knight, it looks good on c3, but it's bad timing.
Yeah, this is actually quite a thematic position because usually white somehow tries to claim that he gets slightly better position. For example, there's a couple of choices for white. Let's say a d takes on c5. If white is really looking for this positional fight, then after queen d1, king d1, bishop c5, something like king e2, rook d1, b3, bishop b2, and play it slow. Or the second choice perhaps is try to play the IQP after a4 if black is going to take on d4. He takes on d4 and then go totally crazy at a king side with some future plans like bishop c2, queen d3, and queen g5.
Yeah. Now this isolated queen pawn conversely compared, pardon me, with the game of Magnus, there's a lot of minor pieces on the board. And so when you say, you know, go crazy on the king side with bishop g5, queen d3, and let's go, well, you can go crazy because you have a lot of pieces to go crazy with. You start trading off, you know, 3 sets of minor pieces and you only have 1 minor piece. It's kind of hard to go crazy. You're not sacrificing on h6 and you're not sacrificing on h7. So how are we going to do this? Yeah,
well, definitely still white needs to make a major choice here. I don't see much happening here still. So what do you think? Yeah, so let's jump in back to the open session, right?
Absolutely.
All right,
with pleasure.
All right, let's check black the open section. We did check Magnus's game. So I mean, because he's a world champion, obviously we have to check very quickly what he's doing, but if no more moves have been played, not really. Yeah, b6, queen d3. This is what's being played. And
b6 and queen d3. Okay, that first of all, I'm surprised by the move b6. Again, just as I was mentioning, I personally would have played bishop to d7 and bishop to c6. Why am I doing it in this fashion? First of all, because I don't want to see a bishop a4 check disturbance. Right? Secondly, and I know this sounds very, very basic, but I like my pieces to be defended. When I put my bishop on the ideal square, g6, the ideal square is g6. My bishop is going to be defended by the pawns on h7 and f7. So the route I have in mind is bishop to d7 to c6, where it's defended, bishop to e4, where it's defended, and then the bishop will find its way to g6. The other thing that I like about putting the bishop on c6 early and fast is a move that we mentioned before we slipped to the other game. Yeah, queen d5, Arturs. Once you see, how many people have fallen, if you don't mind, bishop to d7.
Yeah.
We're going to make a blunder for white very shortly. Rook to e1, bishop to c6, bishop to g5, almost double question mark, right? Queen d5, embarrassing. Oops.
Yeah, so white seemingly made all the active moves.
Yeah, but now here's my point, and it's a very, very important point, Archer. White is lost. End of story. But if the bishop was on b7 right here and right now in this position, the bishop wouldn't be defended. So even though queen f3 is an ugly move to play, you play it, you don't have to resign on the spot, right? Because the bishop would not be defended. And it's those like little nuances that I pay a lot of attention to. I mean, literally my career was spent, making sure that my opening sequence at least had a lot of precision. And finally, and I want to emphasize this to all the people listening and watching, is understand the ideas behind the chess opening. Don't just memorize moves. He goes here, I go there. But if you understand the ideas, as we've just articulated, for example, in this case, then you'll find you're moving the pieces exactly to the squares they're supposed to go. After b6, what happened, Archer?
Nothing. No, wait,
no
sorry. Queen d3. Queen d3 was played.
Queen d3. Okay.
Yeah, not much is happening here. So maybe let's still continue to browse through the games. That obviously we have to also pay attention to the top Indian team, which is spearheaded by, in this match, Harikrishna Pentala. He's playing with black against Ivan Shitko. This appears to be some kind of anti-Berlin.
Right.
We briefly mentioned the fallout of the World Championship match of year 2000, Kasparov against Kramnik yesterday, that since Berlin is such a popular defense against Ryan Lopez, many people just don't want to go to this, dare I say, infamous Berlin endgame after short castle, knight e4, maybe very quickly do it, rook e1, knight e6, and there's so many wonderful ways how this game can get drawn. And that's why, yeah, d3 has become quite popular.
Absolutely. As you say, these anti-Berlin lines with d3 and bishop takes c6, I see the top 10 players in the world playing them all the time. And the setup that black has chosen with the bishop on e6 is actually not even the most popular. Oftentimes, black says, I don't need to play the move bishop e6, and what I'm trying to do as black is to play the moves c6, c5. Oops.
Yeah, I think I lost.
I like the way you went back. That's nice.
Like
Yeah,
here,
move bishop, yeah, queen e7.
Maybe this.
Sorry, we've just been informed that we have a technical issue, and that was a different game.
This is apparently Eric Geisy's game.
Not
well, okay. Well, okay. Then let's just stay there. That it's a very interesting offbeat, not really offbeat, but anti Berlin. Let's continue move on. Right.
C2, C4. That's a very strange move.
And that is not how you play this position.
Whoa, absolutely not. That is.
I'm not convinced it was played, really, yes.
Yeah, I think that might be also transmission error. It might be knight to c4. By the way, just to inform everybody, look, this Olympiad is the largest, most well-attended Olympiad in the history of our sport. All of those DGT boards, all of the software, all of the arbiters, glitches in the first few days. are going to be expected. We should expect them. And in fact, if nothing goes wrong, something has gone wrong. We don't understand how it's possible. So we do expect that in the first few days, we'll be working through a lot of the technical issues.
Yeah. So C4 was not played. It was B4. I think this is a perfect moment simply to switch the game.
Please.
Right. So let's check some other teams. Obviously, we are going to come back to Team United States. But
Yay, go America. Oops.
One of the leading teams, maybe Alexei Shirov, he's playing.
Always fun, always great for the spectators to see an Alexei Shirov specialty. Ooh, this already looks a little bit off the beaten path.
Right. What is this? This is some kind of
Bishop B5.
Bishop B5.
Anti-Najdorf turned into a Moroxi. Huh. With H2, H3.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming White wants to play Bishop E3, Rook C1, and even at the cost of the pawn on C4, play for fast development. Although the move H2, H3 and fast development isn't necessarily well linked.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so let's not talk about too much about this this opening, but I think this Bishop B5, the Moscow version, is now becoming very popular, because if you look at who really plays the Sicilian Najdorf, so this is the Sicilian Najdorf, right? So we think about some very creative players like Garry Kasparov, like Jan Nepomniachtchi, like Hikaru Nakamura, like MVL. They play Najdorf. And why do you play Najdorf? You play Najdorf with the sole purpose: get crazy, attack, get sharp, be creative. And then your opponent comes at you with a fire extinguisher, Bishop B5, right? This is not going to happen, right? He plays pure positional chess, and maybe he wants to play something like C3, D4.
Right. But to that, I will just add that the fire extinguisher, as you've very properly described White's strategy, is sometimes ideal because of everything you previously said. A player like MVL, Nepo, they want an absolutely fierce battle where, you know, they're on this high tight rope wire where a single misstep by either player and it costs them the game. And suddenly, you know, you play Bishop B5 and that whole spirit that you came to the board with, you know, like, rah, 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 rah. I'm going to chew you to pieces.
Your heart sinks, yeah. When
right. I'm going to bore you to death. You're not biting anybody, dude. That was my strategy whenever I played Michael Tall. I was just going to trade pieces off the board and avoid the sharp play. So I don't know. Queen C7, by the way, I find that move to be a bit challenging for White. It's not. Are you going to sacrifice the pawn? I mean, Alexei is the type of player who will challenge you to prove your the validity of the move.
I think this is actually a pretty common idea. H3, there's some discussion what is stronger in this position, H3 or F3. I myself, I'm playing more F3 in advance, try to protect the E4 square. But H3, I guess White is thinking about something like a short castle and a 4. And Queen C7, so of course Alexei here is targeting the pawn on C4, but also very often the queen is rerouted to A5. And also sometimes Black plays moves like knight E7, maybe knight E5, immediately try to challenge the pawn on C4. So what I would expect for White to play, I guess it's something like Queen D3, which is one of the common themes. And I guess this is what Duda right now is trying to figure out. How does it feel against Knight C6, the knight on d4 is indirectly targeted. There might be knight e5, there might be knight b4. So he's looking at these options and perhaps try to figure out, yeah, how does pawn on h3 really feel together with the structure? Because I know Yasser, this position, I know the structure with f3,
Right.
queen
That's a
c7
common.
and queen d3. This I know,
This is
but
common.
with h3, I'm not totally sure.
Me either. I do want to shout out to the chat. We have a question from FEHer. Ask, where is Grandmaster Robert Hess, my favorite chess player? Well, funny you should mention that. Robert is one of my favorite chess players too. And he is helping the US women's team as the chess coach there. And I remember in Baku, he was so dedicated. He did such a wonderful job. And there was one very, very key match that Robert worked with Katya Nemtsova and prepared her brilliantly. And she got a nice advantage out of the opening, and she played maybe one of the very best attacking games of her life. And she won a brilliancy. And I know that Robert literally sacrificed a night of sleep. So, and the Olympiad, you do whatever you have to do. Queen c7 on the board, and we'll keep an eye on this one. I mean, I feel like it's, if you go back for a moment, I feel like I remember a game of Gelfen where it went castles, short castles, and I'm probably remembering it wrong. Rook c8, b3, and there was a d5 move.
But that is with f3, right? I'm not so sure. Not so sure. Is it with h3? That's what I said. I'm not sure, because this is one of the drawing themes. Castle, rook c8, b3, d5, take it here.
Yes.
Here. And this somehow ends with a draw, right?
Right. Yeah, they worked this out magically, the theoreticians have, right?
There's bishop h6. I mean, all of this has been played. And that's why I don't know really how this h3, what does it making a difference? Because maybe sometimes the pawn on e4 is not protected, but also there's no check on d4. So there could be some differences.
No question about it. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert enough in this particular line to show you the subtle differences. But that's why, you had these theoreticians who had dedicated their lives. I remember Lev Gutman, to mention but one name, who helped Viktor Korchnoi. His theoretical knowledge was second to none. And it's amazing what these opening theoreticians think about, what ideas they come up with.
Well, sometimes it's better not to know everything, because the more you know, the worse it becomes. You have to memorize, you have to compare, etc. So it's just simpler sometimes not to know nothing and just play chess, right? Because all the good moves, guess what? They're theory.
Archers, you couldn't be more right. And for me, the root of all evil was David Bronstein. David was scary. David had, if you look at the ECO, the Encyclopedia of Chess Openings, it's like a 5-volume set, really, really thick, that books that, mapped out all of the opening theoretical ideas. And you just go randomly searching through the 5 volumes. One name keeps consistently popping out, David Bronstein. And he had ideas from everything from the King's Gambit to the King's Indian and every stop in between.
Wow.
And the guy was absolutely amazing. And his knowledge about openings, unbelievable, off the chart. So he plays in Hastings, a tournament round robin. And as white, in one of his games, they start his clock and he thinks for 50 minutes, 50 minutes on move 1. Plays his move and he wins brilliantly. The journalist says,
that's
Mr. Bronstein,
that's a bit too much, not for first move.
What were you thinking about for 50 minutes on move 1? And David said, Here it comes. You ready? He said, I was thinking about what to play. Because he knows everything. So he's got to go through this whole list of opening ideas that he wants to play. And it took him 50 minutes to make his first move as white. I thought that was a hilarious story, by the way. And David Bronson, I love the guy. So we were playing in a tournament in Reykjavik together in Iceland. And it's morning, like 9 o'clock, and he gives me a call in the morning, and he says, could you come to my room? And I said, sure. So I go to David's room, and he set up a position like move 26 into the Najdorf, the sharpest Najdorf you can imagine, and he's come out with the second pawn sacrifice. And Ethan Geller is sitting there looking at David's idea, going, ugh, like just analyzing. And I said, well, what's going on? He says, well, today I play your countryman. I go, what? Yeah, today I play Walter Sean Brown, 6-time US champion. And I want to show my respects to Walter. I go, okay, what does that mean? He says, well, Walter plays the Najdorf. I go, okay. So I'm going to play the sharpest variation of the Najdorf to show to Walter that I respect everything he's done for chess. I go, okay. And I was thinking this morning in the shower that I should sacrifice this pawn. And now I'm calling Geller to confirm that I made a good choice. And of course, needless to say, when I played in the round, my game wasn't interesting at all. I was following the game of David Bronstein versus Walter Brown, where he destroyed Walter with an idea that he had in the shower that morning, and Walter plays the Najdorf his entire life.
Well, I never had ideas about chess in the shower, really. But I mean,
wow.
I guess that's what made Bronstein really unique, right?
He was amazing. Sorry to get off on a tangent there, but I just think that people should know what a real genius David Bronstein was. Wow. Okay, so what else? Let's jump around.
Let's jump around. And I already selected the next game we could check, which is one of the top Polish players, Radoslav Wojtaszek, and actually Duda is still not playing.
That was my question. He skipped round 1. Did Duda skip round 2? And
he's doing again the same Magnus of Baku 2016. He's not there for round 2. He is maybe confident that his team is going to win the match because, again, this is a team event. All that matters is the team result in the end. And they're playing against Colombia. So they think that they're going to beat them.
Okay, and this position looks like it came from an exchange Slav or maybe some kind of a closed Catalan.
Looks, okay. I have to confess, yes, I very quickly glanced at the score sheet and I see it's a Catalan.
Yeah,
it's a Catalan. At some point happened c6 on d5. Visually, I like Black's position because I think he has everything done correctly. With only one small note is this knight on d7, which doesn't really impress me.
Okay.
The bishop at a6 is doing a wonderful job, right? Bothering white on the long diagonal.
Right.
If I would get this knight on c4, I would be a very happy person. Maybe it's not so simple, really.
Okay, but there is this latent idea in the position for white. White needs 2 moves. He likes to play 2 moves in a row. Knight on f3 to e5 and e2, e4 at the same time, because this bishop on g2, like you said, its colleague on a6 is working. The bishop on g2 needs a job. So as white, you start to think, right, I need to get e2, e4 in so that my bishop will open up, and a knight to e5 so that I can try to control the business squares of c6 and c7 on the open file.
And I think this is why he played rook fc1 to take over the c file and do push e4 and knight e5. These are the typical ideas in the Catalan, at least knight e5.
Exactly so. Still, it feels Arturs to me like it's still. I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't very somehow, because theory these days, for me at least, has gotten so deep. I mean, it's like we're making advances every, dare I say it, week. It's not, I mean, it's amazing now with the internet and the databases, they're just growing and growing. And an idea that was just played yesterday at the Bled tournament has been improved at the Dortmund tournament, which is now featured at the Olympics.
Right.
Right. By the
Well,
way, I saw something there. I need the chat to confirm it for me. Is that 188 teams have been registered? If that is true, that is absolutely, absolutely awesome. I think there's something like 200 countries in the United Nations. And when you have something like the International Olympic Games, I don't think they get those 200 countries. Like a lot of countries don't send athletes at all. So 188, this might, and again, apologies if it sounds like hyperbole, but I think this might be the biggest sporting event in the world.
it looks like that. Yeah, it definitely looks like that. So this is absolutely incredible job done
Wow.
by the All Indian Chess Federation. Again, remind the history how India got to organize the Olympiad. All of you already know the history. All of this started basically with the COVID situation and the pandemics. Initially, Olympiad was scheduled to be in Minsk. It got moved, and we had the online Olympiads. By the way, great event. Then it was rescheduled and to be held in Khanty-Mansiysk. Then they moved it
In
to
Russia.
Moscow, Russia.
Right.
For the reasons already all of you suspect, they got removed the possibility to organize the Olympiad. And that's why India took it pretty much at the last moment. And they did what all of the other organizers did instead of like 3-4 years, right? And this is
Right.
just incredible, incredible. This amazing team that has made this possible. I've seen the venue in photos, Yasser. I've seen
Yeah.
the hotels. I've seen the food. I mean, it just looks stunning.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And just, I couldn't say better than you just articulated. Many of these Olympiads, I remember Asmai Parashvili talking about the Olympiad of Batumi. They had literally 4 years to work on it. And he dedicated his life. And he said, wow, I'll never do this again. And to make this in just a few months, it's a hat tip. But Arturs, I think it's time for our first break of the day, huh?
Let's make a very short break. Once again, thank you everybody for watching. We are reading what you're saying there. It's very important to hear your thoughts, dear chat. Thank you for being so nice today. And yeah, see you in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
All right.
As India welcomes the world to the 44th Olympiad, the country has managed to field 6 teams for this year's competition. Of those teams, the strongest is India's first team, which features an impressive roster with reasonable expectations of keeping a medal right here in the host country. 2 Super Grandmasters, Vidit Gujrathi and Pentala Harikrishna, lead the squad. Still just 27, Vidit has been a top player for years. Playing as the 3rd board, he represented India in the 2016 and 2018 Olympiads. Now, in 2022, the responsibility of the 1st board is his. On the 2nd board is the 36-year-old Pentala, also an Olympiad mainstay. After a successful June, Pentala actually enters the Olympiad ranked slightly higher than Vidit. At this event, however, they will work together without concern for individual competition. Next in the talented India lineup is the 18-year-old rising star Arjun Erigaisi. Widely considered to be one of the world's most promising juniors, many expect great things from him on board 3. One board down is another top 100 player, S.L. Narayanan. Completing the roster is 4-time national champion Krishnan Sasikiran. Sasikiran assisted the legendary world champion Vishy Anand in his 2013 championship match. That experience could help him in assisting the rest of the Indian team. India has long been represented by a strong squad in the Olympiad, but their best result came in 2014, when they placed 3rd. Sasikiran is the only player still around from that success. Another bronze would certainly be welcome, but 1st place and a gold medal is the ultimate goal.
The Chess.com Global Championship play-in phase continues. Catch 2 broadcasts at 5 a.m. and 10 a.m. Pacific on Monday and Friday through August 5th. Watch as a total players and Chess.com members who qualify through the open qualifier battle for a spot in the field of 64. It's Chess.com's biggest prize fund ever, with $1 million up for grabs. Catch all the action right here on chess.com.
Wow, Arturs, you are the
Yes.
man. That excited voice, man. That did it for
Thank you.
me. I mean, right here, you know. Heart. That's what it's all about. What do you have for us? How is round 2 shaping up? Big shout out to our audience. Thank you for joining us. We're having a lot of fun here at the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. And I'm excited. I just find it remarkable that you can
It
have
feels
a
it's going on, right?
competition.
It feels it's getting the pace, and we got a lot of action, a lot of positive people in the chat. Thank you for being so awesome,
Right?
and your positive comments. So yeah, it just feels super awesome. And what do you think, Yasser? We are gonna jump in right back to the games, or we want still
Please.
to check perhaps some of the lineups who's still playing? We had those amazing videos also for the team Norway, for
Yeah, the
Team United
profile.
States, for
Yeah.
Team India. Yeah, here you see the top 10 seeds. Team United States, hooray! They're the
Yeah.
favorites, 27-71.
I
Look at
tell
that.
you, that's a little bit scary being that big a favorite, because you almost feel like the pressure on you is really maybe too much. I mean, remember Usain Bolt, man, when he was running his 100 and 200 meters, I just thought the stress that he must have been under was awesome. And yet he performed at such a phenomenal level. Can the United States match their expectations? Well, that's the challenge, right? You have a game for the Dutchies.
Yes, we have to go to the Dutchies game, of course. This is something we don't want to miss. But I have to mention Anish has taken a rest day today as well. Maybe it's a jet lag. Maybe he really relies on his team. They're going to do it without him. But it's Jordan Van Forest who is spearheading the Dutch team. Here
Right.
he's playing some sort of a Catalan against Jorge Ferreira Viterbo.
And now after this move, Queen B7 check, White has a very big decision to make. Should he be playing for F3 and E4 and setting up that type of a structure? And very quickly, I can imagine a Rook C1 also coming for White. Or should he be playing King G1 and going for a completely different setup? Your thoughts, Archers? Do you have a preference in these types of positions for the approach that White should take?
I'm not immediately sure, but I think F3, E4, probably you're going to agree on this as well, is that normally this is what you want to do, right? You want to gain space, you want to grab center, and this pawn on E4 limits the knight on F6. But here's the thing, right? It does not limit, because Black can play knight E5. And maybe this is where Black is going to slightly regret having the king on G2, queen on C4, the rook on F1 for some royal fork possibilities on h3, right? So you have to, you simply have to play bishop d2. And now that's the question. How do you evaluate this? Is this e4 even a thing? Because now it does limit the knight on f6.
Exactly. Ulf Andersson's approach was that he liked to keep the pawn on e2 and not e4. For example, in this position that you have, just to demonstrate, let's say Ulf Andersson was white, he would take on c5, and let's just say for argument's sake, you took with the bishop, and he would put his knight on d3. And his idea, and you could go, for example, knight check. Let's just knight check on e3, if you don't mind. Knight check, bishop takes, knight to c3. And his idea was that the knight on d3 does a great job at is a gatekeeper, if you will, of the d file. He will put a rook on the d1 square, and at his decision, he can move his knight and say, I've got the open file. So Ulf Andersson's approach in these types of positions was not to go e2, e4, and he would put his king on g1 and so on. So there are two, very different approaches. As you say, White likes this idea of putting a pawn on e4 and limiting the jumping of the knight on f6, whereas other people say, no, I have got a completely different strategic concept in mind, and I'm going to play king g1. I didn't know if you had a preference either way. I was more the space grabber. I was the f3, e4 guys, but I got to tell you, Ulf Andersson became the number 3 rated player in the world. So you got to respect that too, right?
But actually, Yasser, King G1 doesn't really rule out the possibility for E4 later. So
That's
maybe
true.
this is what he's going to do it. Let's say the same knight E5, bishop D2, C5. We could try to combine the best practices of Yasser and Ulf Andersson. Let's say take on C5, bishop C5, knight E3, and get something in the same spirit.
True that, absolutely. Yes, indeed. A lot of times you can get a piece set up where you haven't really committed yourself to one channel, one strategic idea, but the pawn structure being altered. So for example, if you allow knight h5 or knight d5 takes f4, g3 takes f4, now with the pawn structure changed, your options have just been stopped. Now you have to respect the pawn structure. So whatever approach you have or take, make sure it fits your style too. Because I must say about the f3, e4, you're looking for sharper contact. Leave the pawn on e2, put the knight on d3. You're looking for more of a strategic channel.
Well, there's the answer for you, Yasser, because White is looking for the sharper content. He did play f3, and now I guess we're going to see some action here.
Well, let's hope so. More action. Magnus, did the game of our world champion and Magnus and Georg Meyer, as it developed, when we left it, it was an isolated queen pawn position, and we both were thinking that Georg had solved much of his opening problems. Is that still true?
Well, king f8, look at that. I mean, last time we left it was queen d3, bishop b7, and Georg says, I'm not afraid of your check on a4 because I can always play king f8. Not all the checks are made. Bishop e2. Like I said, I'm still not impressed by White. I'll tell you honestly. I think Black is doing great.
Really? Okay. In truth, if Black's king were on g8 and his rook on f8 was on f8, we would not be having a discussion. I would be wholeheartedly behind everything you just said. Only because the king is on f8 and the rook is, well, ugly on h8, does Black actually still have problems to solve, right? I mean, now maybe he solves them in the nicest way and life is good and away you go. But here's the thing. There's an open C file. This is very important. People have to understand the concept. It's so simple. Open files are going to be very, very magnetic for the rooks. The rooks are going to say, give me that open file. I really, really want it. So both players, it's their obligation to challenge the open file. So when I see a rook on h8 in, quote, splendid isolation, right? I see the rook on a8. It's going to zip over to c8. No question. That rook is going to go to c8. You're going to be really happy. I'm going to zip a rook to c1. There's no question. I am going to play rook c1. I'm going to expect that you challenge my dominance of the open file. We're going to trade rooks. And then I'm going to bring my other rook to c1. And then I'm going to slide my queen, I don't care, to a3 or g3. And I'm going to pounce on some of these business squares on the open file. If
That's a very, very good point indeed, Yasser. Yeah, I like that. I think this is what actually Magnus intends. So now that I'm actually wondering why Mayer went for this and not this Bishop D7, because again we go
exactly
back to this position, right? You said that Bishop D7, Bishop C6 felt more natural. Well, I
all of it,
absolutely agree with you, right? So
right,
this ideal square on B7 seems to be perfect for the bishop because it's like tucked away like a sniper in the tower, right? Nobody can
right,
touch it, right?
right.
But now the placement of the king, and I think what Mayer is trying to say here is that it's not really a big deal because the bishop on a4 is also not contributing to the attack because the
True.
bishop on c2, the queen on d3, they form this notorious battery trying to get to the pawn on h7. Now that the bishop on a4 is doing something else, I think Mayer, at least I think I understand his thought process. He's saying, hey, I mean, it's nothing, right? And this rook on h8, I can try to bring in the game something like h5, h4, maybe even as far as h3, and rook h5.
Okay, so yeah, just to complete that idea that you want to bring your rook on h8 into, you want to develop it. I got it. Now, what I was just saying is I'm going to take over the C file, and because the rook is on h8, it means that you can't challenge the C file. So the move bishop d2, while it might appear, soft or something of that nature, I think a lot of players might have been thinking to themselves, bishop f4, bishop comes to e5. It's a little bit more attractive on the square
Right.
control c7. There are reasons why you don't want to necessarily allow. I'm not saying that the move knight d5 is a good or bad idea, but I'm just saying the reasons you might not want to allow the knight to jump with a tempo and defend the c7 square. So let's reflect back on the current position. So in the current position, imagine after the move bishop d2, we follow your idea, h5.
Yeah, we have to test it. I think, yes, so you touched a very important point. Is bishop f4 seems much more active move, but then again, black most likely is going to play knight e5, protect against invasion on the 7th rank, and there you go. The bishop on f4 is targeted.
Exactly. Now with the move h5, you're saying, hey, look, you're going to play h4 and that kind of thing. So let's play rook c1 and just challenge the whole concept. If you put the pawn on h4, okay, down the road, there'll be a dark square bishop maybe coming to g5. I'm going to play h3 because I don't want to see black necessarily playing h3 himself. And like you say, you can put the rook on h5. And here, this is like, I think that this is like the best part of chess for me, is this marvelous battle of ideas.
Yeah.
Black has his ideas. But okay, I've got my ideas too. You put your rook on d5 as you're showing. You'll tickle my d4 pawn. I'm going to be playing for an attack along the c file, and who comes there first with the mostest is what it's all about. By the way, I see a social media chat. Can we comment on Eric's game? Who's Eric?
Yeah, we are gonna do that. Just to wrap up your thought process. I think it's amazing what you said, this clash of ideas, because clearly both players are happy. I think they're happy. Magnus is happy. He has two bishops. He's going to prove, listen, buddy, you have some problems on the queen side. Georg Meyer says, no, I'm happy. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm going to play knight e5, h5, h4. And in reality, what usually happens, at some point, one of them is proven wrong. So you play something like 10, 15 moves ahead, no blunders from the grandmasters, and one of them at some point realizes, okay, maybe that was not the best choice I could have done.
I've been outplayed, and that's really the beautiful part about chess, is these challenges. By the way, thanks for the shout out there to Eric Hansen of Canada, Chess Bra. I love the Chess Bra stream. I love helping Aman and Eric and jumping on the stream. The problem is we're really focused, the transmission is focused on the top 10 boards. So when Canada makes it to the top 10, doubtlessly we'll have a chance to look at Eric's games. I can't assure you.
I actually brought it up. I'm so
We
sorry.
do? Oh, brilliant.
I did.
Just to
I brought
help
it up.
our-
And then you said, please, dear Canada, do better.
Right?
Whatever they kind of did.
Okay,
Sorry.
so now I've got to, gosh, it almost looks like a Budapest Gambit, but it can't be a Budapest Gambit because I don't think Eric plays the Budapest. Does he?
Mhm. So very quickly, just go through in order to have a glimpse how this happened.
Right?
Catalan, Bishop
Okay.
B4, Queen C4, E5. Look at that.
Okay, there we go. That's how we got this Budapest Gambit looking position. Now, wow.
Black
Do you
looks
know
okay, right? The
something
bar
about it?
says no, it's not okay. Not okay at all.
I'm very, very suspicious. Again, when you're black and you're making a gambit, I'm very suspicious of gambits for black because of white's extra first move, right? And one of the very rare gambits of black that I endorse is the Benko. I think the Benko gambit is strategically quite valid. Here I would just be a little bit cautious as black, like, can this be working? What's your take?
I mean, yes, sir. First, I think it's a real question when it happens after knight c4. It's got to be knight c4 because anything else, short castle does not matter. I think this is just, I guess black is just fine.
Once you get in c7, c6, I'll echo your words that black is just fine. But my question was knight c4, bishop e6, h3. Is that?
Yeah, there could be some tactical problems. Yeah,
right?
h3 take, intermezzo take on g4. Oops.
Right. And how are we winning the pawn back?
I think the answer is you don't. At least I don't see it right away. There could be issues also with g5, queen c2, some problems here with the pawn on h7.
Exactly. I was looking at something very similar to what you were just pointing out. Bishop to e6. I was looking at, as you were saying, queen c2. And if you go for argument's sake, h6, g5. And then I think, this is, oops. This is, this is bad news. And if you have to play g6 instead of h6, then the queen could slide to d2. And again, I start to get a little bit worried for Eric's position here.
Doesn't look very good, to be honest. I think this was this really necessary? All of this gambit. Why do you play e5? Why do you play queen e7?
Right.
Because when you play queen e7 and then you play e5, maybe there's something that he didn't like, but what is it? I mean, I don't think it's queen c3 to stop e5.
Well, that would encourage knight d5, right? So yeah, it's e5. Maybe it's theory. I don't know. I just my spidey sense is tingling over here. I think black still has a lot to prove with this pawn sacrifice he has made.
Yeah, so that's slightly surprising, but I guess Eric is pretty confident his chances. I think I also read in the social networks that he's coming back to the Olympiads after the last Olympiad was in 2016 in Baku.
Yes.
I think so. And that's why also Eric is taking a break from the chess pro career. Everybody recognizes him as the godfather of chess procs, I guess.
Yeah. You're saying he didn't play in Batumi?
I am referring to an interview which I might not precisely recall. I mean, I think it was a tweet, to be honest.
Okay.
I saw a tweet. He was tweeting something, happy to be back in Chennai after how many years. But to be honest, now that you question me on the spot here,
I'm not sure.
I hold on to that.
I'm not sure either. Okay, well, thank you for the shout out to Eric. We're always happy to profile, if you will, our colleague. Once again, we didn't see Fabi's game because when we left Fabi's game, he was still in theory. So it wasn't like we ever got to drill down and say, white is better or something like that, because they just played a number of moves. What do we have? Ooh,
Yeah. There's not much. I mean, I don't think that Fabi is very excited about this position.
not
The,
at
the
all.
moment I saw, I had a verdict. Draw.
Draw.
Draw. I saw this position. There's not much happening. Obviously, Fabi is going to fight it out. But if you look at the position, it's almost complete symmetrical. White has the slightly better bishop on c4. Black's knight on e7 is not doing much, but how do you make it work? You need to open the position. I guess you need to somehow play f4, g3, open the position, open diagonals, open files for your pieces. Because if that's not going to happen, all the heavy pieces are going to disappear at the d file. And that should spell the doom for the game as quite dodgy.
I would say draw is very, very high probability. And if white has any advantage, it's right here, right now, and he has to hit. So let's just look at a move rook on a1 to d1 check. I'm assuming we would see king c7 as a response.
Right.
Let's assume that we're going to play, as you said, for the opening of the f file, g3. If we play,
because I think f4 is risky, right?
I absolutely despise allowing the knight to land on that absolutely marvelous e5 square. I would offend my sensibilities to allow such a, I like to call it a Thor, a Norwegian god of thunder, that knight on
Bow
e5.
down to the mighty knight on e5, right?
Exactly. So a move like g3, and I would imagine black would probably play rook to d8 and look at the chopping block and wanting to trade off the rooks as soon as possible. I don't know if I play f4 right away.
That's again could be quite responsible, right? For example, there
Right.
could be a trade.
Correct.
A trade, and not necessarily this position is going to be great for white because you're not in
That's
time
right.
to play king e3.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah, which means that I would, even before I play the move f2, f4, I'd have to prepare it once again with the move king g2, a preparation move. And by the time white's making all of these wonderful, great, moves readying his f4, black has traded all the rooks down the d file, and white has nothing to play with.
Yeah, for example, let's say rook d1, rook d1, rook d8. If the both rooks disappear from the board, I'm absolutely sure such a strong grandmaster as Bachmann, he's going to hold it. He's been over 2600. I think his highest was about 2630 or so. I'm not totally positive on that. So he knows what he's doing. And this is where favorites are not getting easy days. So if Fabi wants to do something here, he needs to keep at least pair of rooks on the board, at least one, because if both rooks are gone, that's it.
Exactly. And I'm just wondering, I can't believe these sacrifices work. f4, pawn takes f4, e5, pawn takes e5, with the rook check, pardon me.
Oh, yeah, first rook check, okay.
With a rook check, sorry, on the board. And these double pawn sacrifices are brilliant if you play rook takes e5 and rook takes f4 and a couple of goes. I just don't see this as happening. Rook d1 to e1, knight g6, bishop f7.
Nah,
I don't believe it. I just don't believe
neither
it.
do I.
No.
Sometimes this does work. Maybe for that occasion, he would need to have the rook on e1. So it's not like Fabi can play rook e1 and look on the side and try to convince his opponent that f4 is not incoming because the opponent is going to see it coming miles away, that f4 is incoming. Why do you play rook e1, right? It's quite obvious f4 is coming in. So how do you trick your opponent here? I don't know. I don't know.
There you go. There you go. Okay, well, again, a very big shout out to our audiences. Thank you so much for joining us and making as a part of your day, this chess Olympiad coverage. This has just been the first day was awkward and difficult, but I think a lot of the camera issues, the transmission issues, it just feels, Artur, like we're just kind of getting a much better broadcast.
Yes. So the first day is very difficult day for everybody. So we made it. Now we're day 2, and while we're watching this, perhaps let's check out this amazing profile on the Team USA made by our amazing producers. What the team is of United States of America looking here in Chennai, India.
With a couple of powerhouse countries on the sidelines, Team USA is the popular choice to take gold at the 44th Olympiad. Blessed with a talented roster led by Fabiano Caruana, the top-seeded Americans are looking to secure gold as they did 4 Olympiads ago back in 2016. That gold medal was historic for the United States, as it was the first gold for Team USA since 1976, a drought that spanned across 5 decades. Loaded with Olympiad experience, Caruana and Wesley So were both key contributors to the gold medal team in 2016. Even one of the newest members to Team USA, Levon Aronian, is no stranger to competing at the Olympiad. Aronian bagged gold while representing Armenia during a stretch in which that country won 3 gold medals across 4 straight Olympiad appearances. Also making his Team USA debut in Chennai is Lanier Dominguez. Considered to be one of the strongest players ever to come out of Cuba, Dominguez rounds out a Team USA roster with few weaknesses. Coached by Chess.com commentator Robert Hess, Team USA's roster is so deep that reserve Sam Shankland would likely play first board for most countries in this year's event. As expected, Caruana leads Team USA as the first board. But even with a gold medal already under his belt, Fabi heads into this Olympiad with plenty of motivation. Coming off his clunky finish at the Candidates Tournament, Fabi will need to find his game for the US to realize its potential as the favorites. During its triumph in 2016, Team USA was led in scoring by Wesley So. In this year's Olympiad, So returns to play as the 2 seed, which should offer him some favorable matchups. The 3 seed is Aronian, which also should play in Team USA's favor. Aronian ranked as the top player for each of Armenia's gold medals in 2006, 2008, and 2012. Aronian now brings that experience and pedigree to Team USA while going up against the opposing country's 3rd best player. Carrying 3 of the top-ranked players at the 44th Olympiad while facing a significantly weakened field of countries, the United States is well positioned to come away from India with just its 3rd gold medal since 1937. The time for Team USA is now.
I love that video. Do it now, right? So hopefully Bobby's not going to have a clunky finish today.
It was that word clunky that threw me off yesterday. Because again, that's used in a very, very specific context of automobiles. They got a clunky ride there. Okay. By the way, a move, it wasn't on my radar at all whatsoever. H2, H4 by Fabi.
And C8.
Sorry, but that move H4, in my opinion, is an error. Error, just like that just whatever white has, white needs to do it right now. Rook d1, bishop e6, I don't care. Whatever white's intentions, you don't allow the king on e7. Black king on c7 is a little bit off, but the black king on okay, what's ideal for black? Black's knight is playing against the light squared bishop. The black knight wants to go to an anchor square that's dark. So specifically f4 is a very, very nice square for the knight, but d6 is really a great square. Like d6 covers the d file, it hits the bishop on c4, which defends the pawn on a2. If the bishop has to drop back to d3, then the knight is literally forcing the bishop to be a passive observer. The bishop is defending. Conversely, with the king on e7, it means f4 is going nowhere. Imagine a knight on d6, a king on e7, you play f4, great. You open up the f file. All the business squares are covered by both knight and king. Yeah, go ahead, put that on.
Yeah, I just wanted to put it.
Yes, just if you don't mind, take on e5, don't take the bishop, just take on e5, take with the pawn. And you have a position like this. And you can see that the king on e7, if the king were on c7, well, it's not covering, it's not doing as much. But suddenly the king on e7, covering f6, covering e6, covering f7, protecting f8. The knight on d6 is doing a great job. It closes the d file, it hits e4.
And this bishop is clunky really here on c4, right?
Yeah, and tell me why the pawn is so needed on h4.
Right. Yeah, so this h4 doesn't really help anything. Maybe Fabi's idea is really deeper, that he's not gonna immediately force things. He's going for space advantage. I mean, it's not much, you know, at least I have somebody on the king side. So in case you're wondering why Bachmann didn't respond with h5 automatically, because this is what strong players immediately recognize. No, this is not how you play it, because in the end game, this pawn will be a target.
No question about it, whether rook check and bishop f7 or bishop e6, or as you're pointing out, the bishop could come to e2, and later in life, that pawn on h5 will be attacked. So yeah, I'm thinking that Fabi, after the move king e7 and knight d6, he's going to rue his choice of h4. I don't think that that is a move that really fits with the move rook d1.
Right, it doesn't really help much, but I mean the position wasn't so great to start with. What do you think, Yasser? We still continue to check other games. Like also, I'm looking at Wesley So's game.
I'm just saying, it's kind of a bad luck for us, Arturs. We do this brilliant profile of the Team USA, and you know, we immediately go to a face plant. You know, like,
and he plays clunky h4 immediately. Yeah?
Exactly. It's like what?
Right. We're going to stick to this word until the end of the Olympiad. Okay.
Right. Details. Okay. Yeah, you mentioned Wesley So, a player we haven't really profiled yet, but Wesley. Wow, what an extraordinary result he had in Baku. I still remember to this day, it will stay with me, a memory for a long time. We played. What?
I have a theory. So Fabi's thinking what I should do, because I'm looking at this boring position, not much is happening. And he looks at his opposing team's opponent, right? He just played h4. Maybe he looks over at his board. I mean, okay, maybe h4 is not so bad idea, right? I mean, they just played pretty much at the same time, h4, both boards.
Right, and then the h5, the no was immediately played by Wesley, right? I was just saying, in Baku, it was US versus Russia, and both teams were incredibly hot. Both teams are doing very, very well, and for example, Nepo was 6 games, 6 victories for Nepo. And they fed Nepo white against Wesley So. Wesley neutralized Nepo out of the opening, got an even position, completely outplayed Nepo, and won with the black pieces in the Olympiad against a guy who was 6-0 coming into that match. And you go, wow. I mean, Wesley really was extraordinary. He won the gold medal individually, and it was a very, very shining moment, I want to say, for Wesley. It looks to me like Wesley's very happy. He's got the 2 bishops. He's got his fair share of the center. He's got a safe king. I think that the knight on d7 will one day look for a better pasture, maybe c6, c5. Yes, knight d8.
This is usually how they play it, or I'm not sure. Maybe Wesley is more cautious. He's going to play bishop f7, knight c5, knight e6, knight f4, knight e4. this brings warm feelings to my heart, really, Yasser. I look at this position, I just enjoy it from the Blacks' perspective because, again, we have a couple of things. We have the bathtub on the board, right? So with the bathtub pawn structure, these knights, they're not doing anything. They're just not doing anything at all. And if white tries to be aggressive and pushes something in the center, for example, I don't know, here?
Yeah.
What's this knight doing here on g3? So you really need to evaluate things like bishop g3, f takes, and your pawn structure has seen better days.
No question about it. And you look at bishop to g4 and you start to say, yum, yum, pawn on e4, I'll bring my rook to the e file, and yeah, I'll scoop that pawn up. So yes, you're right. Then the natural desirable d3, d4 has serious drawbacks, and yeah, I like Wesley's position a lot.
I love it, right? Because also I think Delgado is looking here from the white's perspective, and he knows that he's supposed to do something, right? He needs to do something. And what? I mean, what do you play? Do you play f4? No, it's never going to happen. d4? Okay, you just played h4, and then now the g3 is under attack. So if you're going to play long castle, by the way, there's a hook on a3, right? You might regret it at some point later. So maybe Wesley is going to play c5, knight b8, knight c6. Maybe he's going to play something like bishop f7, knight f8, knight e6. Or you just stare at this position and ask yourself a very simple question: what am I supposed to do here? And this is me thinking there, right? Because I will be thinking about that. I'm sure that Delgado is thinking about that.
Exactly. There is one, I would say, straw that white might want to clutch to, and that is that black has given the address of his king already. And what do I mean by that? Even though it looks like an outside possibility, there is b2, b4 to be considered for white, followed by queen e3, just tickling the pawn on a7, castling short, and hoping that rook on f1 to b1. Yeah, if you don't mind, just playing b4, and I don't know what move would we like? Bishop f7, for example, decent. Yeah, just to make a decent move. Castles, castles, knight f8, queen e3. Yeah, I'm trying to encourage, let's say b6. So just, if you don't mind, just put b6 on the board. Then rook b1 and a4, and I make this great, no, rook boy 1.
Rook d f to b1.
Yes, correct. Yes, to defend the pawn on b4, and then, you know, because you asked the question, what am I supposed to do? I'm guessing I'm going to go a4, a5, yippee-yi-yay, and somehow sack the black monarch, which, by the way, is covered by a lot of very decent pawns.
But by the way, yes, sir, it didn't happen, because I love this idea, what you just said. And instead here, white decided to fix the problem of the knight on g3, because look at this knight on g3, it's not doing a thing, right? It's just staring at this pawn chain, at this bathtub that black has built. So he plays a knight f1, knight e3, and I guess it's also meeting black's c5, because after c5, white gets access to the d5 square.
Fair. But I like what you said. The knight on d7 wants to come to e6. So once again, we play it more or less by rote. Bishop f7, knight e3, knight f8, or knight c5. Maybe knight c5
maybe is more active.
Yeah, by the way, knight c5 actually comes with a half a thread of knight a4. So if it provokes b3, so much the better that you play knight c5. And then you go knight e6. And wow, black's game starts to look really attractive. It's like this looks like a visual. Something has gone wrong for
black is flexing the muscles here, I would feel, right? Everything is well positioned and ready to open. And this king here is still lost in translation. Where it's supposed to go? Long castle, short castle? I don't know, really.
We don't know. I see in the chat is really wonderful from Poingals asks, where is Aronian? And Crisis answers, crying. Aronian got benched. He made a draw in the first round against a lower rated player. You know, they said, you're riding the pine today.
You don't do that to us, right?
Exactly,
You don't do this to us.
exactly.
You immediately get benched, yeah.
Exactly. We run a tight ship around here, and yeah, crying. Nice, nice.
All right. I think we have to continue check some other
Please.
games, and
Please.
one I see is perhaps since we are doing this very quick roundup of Team United States, let's very quickly check how is Dominguez doing, have a look at Shankland, and then continue to move on because there's so many teams, almost 200 teams in open section, the women's section. Think about how many games is it? About 1,500 games every day.
Per round?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
Wow,
they show
my-
like 50 maximum, right? So,
My database is exploding. I don't think I have enough storage space on my hard drive. My first impression is White is doing great here in this kind of, I want to say Kalashnikov Sicilian that comes from an early F7, F5 by Black. White's domination of the D5 square in particular makes a really positive impression, especially as the question is, the desirable knight a5, you have to calculate knight takes e7 and queen takes a5. And if the knight has to go to b8, well, have a lot of fun on the b8 square. So that's just like,
not fun.
No.
Just not fun at all. I mean, you don't want to do this to your knight.
Exactly.
But this was a
No.
brilliant move. B5,
Yeah.
asking direct questions. Where you're going to put your horse? Yeah, it's
Right.
just no good place. And for example, if I take it and play bishop c2, thinking about some various ideas, queen c2, knight e4, there's some intermezzo moves. B takes, knight e7, and Black is about to lose something.
Clear. In that line that you just gave, could I recapture with the rook on c6? Defend the bishop for just a moment.
I just found it randomly. I didn't see it.
We do have a refutation, knight before cost material. Okay, so that goes to show Black is facing some real issues. I like White's position a lot.
And maybe also let's go over to Sam Shankland's game because this is going to complete our roundup of Team United States, the clear favorites of the tournament. Here Shankland is playing with Black. Yesterday he played a model Zugzwang game, and I love this article. Did you read it, Yasser? This article by Chess.com about the roundup where the favorites win and the roundup that Zugzwangs. We had so many nice Zugzwangs yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't read that particular article this morning, no. But it featured the nice A2, A3 Zugzwang position of endgame of Sam's.
Yeah, this is a dream position for Black, I guess, normally, except of this weakness on D5, no?
Well, just I do see an extra pawn in the position for White. So I'm saying Black has great compensation. There's no question that Black has great compensation in the two bishops, and there is a pawn on c2, and there is a takes but I'm just worried that Sam's compensation won't translate as advantage. If you follow.
This I actually didn't see from the start because I just saw the position. I automatically assumed that the material is equal.
Well, then he has two bishops and it's all good. It's all good. But,
very quickly, I want to check. How do you win a pawn against Sam Shankland? I'm curious, really.
Right.
Okay, so this is normal stuff. Black should be doing all right.
Right.
Rook d1, knight c. Oh, there's some issues already.
Yes.
Knight e7. Boom! 96. White won a pawn.
Yay
for White.
Right.
This is how they got here.
But you see many, this is what grandmasters do. They take ideas that might appear in one Sicilian, and then they compare them to ideas that occur in other Sicilians. So in these Sicilians, um, where you sacrifice the pawn on d6 in order to get the two bishops, you kind of say, well, in my judgment, this pawn sacrifice is worthwhile. Now, the question is, after queen d7, how do you, what do you make of the position, for example, after rook c8?
Right. There's a fair chance this might happen. And I think Sam would love to get something like this. Queen c7, rook c7, and there's some serious counterplay. So if you play knight e5, the pawn on c2 is lost, but that looks quite... Oh, wait, the pawn on a6 is also under attack.
But I'm thinking rook takes c2, knight takes b4, rook takes e2. Black is happy. He's hitting the e4 pawn. He's hitting the b2 pawn.
Right. So that is indeed the case. And if I take on d5,
then you
rook
say
d5?
Yeah, but then, like you said, then the pawn on a6 is hanging. Yeah. And you could get a position like this. Here, I would be a little bit worried as black. No, I don't think the exchange sacrifice should lead to that much.
You mean on c5 at some point?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think black will be happy here. So I don't think the immediate knight d5 is in the cards. But if you put the position back, queen takes, rook c8, queen takes, rook takes. This is what I meant about the advantage. You have great compensation, but then the question is, do you have advantage? Let's say I play f3. So the idea behind f3 is as simple as it looks. I want to kill the bishop on b7. So you take on c3, I take on c3, you take, and I play something like, well, I was going to suggest rook d6 or rook b1. And in the other rook.
The other rook,
sorry.
okay.
Yeah, yeah. And if you take, and I take on b6, or yeah, or I like your move. I like your move. Bishop f1 is my. I think it's just going to be a draw.
That's a fair assumption. I think so. Assuming that white is not going to make any mistakes, because again, if we are witnessing a game of let's say a very strong grandmaster against a significantly low rated opponent, so
yeah,
there's an equal fight at some point, but this mastery, it starts to tell at some point. It starts to tell. Sure. So, for example, they don't crush in the opening, they don't crush in the middle game. And yesterday, yes, we were watching the game of Tanya Sachdev, which for us, it was a very obvious draw. She was trying to push the opponent, about 16 rank level player. A very good game by her. But in the end, something was missing. And this knowledge of the end games made all the difference in the world. And the best players in the world, they're amazing. They have an amazing technique in the end games.
No question about it. And just exactly what you say. You know, you take this Grandmaster A and Grandmaster B. Grandmaster A is the higher rated player. And if the game lasts 20 moves only, Grandmaster B is probably going to make a draw. And if the game lasts 70 moves, Grandmaster A is probably going to have an upper hand percentage-wise in the score. So one of the things that I think Magnus really loves on the Magnus Carlsen tour, by the way, is this idea of playing, 4 rapid games in a day, because that means he's going to play 200 moves, and you, Artur, you're going to have to play 200 moves as well. And when we match up those 200 moves, Magnus is going to say, overall, my moves are going to be better than yours. So let's play a competition which requires a lot of moves to determine the winner. And that makes perfect sense, right? I mean, if a basketball game were only the last 3 minutes, the dominant team might not be dominant. But if the basketball game was going to last 7 days, I mean, not always the stronger players win, right?
That's
right.
We saw it yesterday. Levon was clearly distracted by amazing t-shirts by the Angolan team, right? This we didn't discuss it, but Levon with his dressing style, he loves colorful things. He saw those amazing t-shirts, and that's what made him really distracted, I guess, and he played this role.
No question happens. No question about it. Levon was outplayed from the opening with these t-shirts. And he regretted it. I mean, it was very, very obvious to everybody who knows Levon. Knight A2.
That's a
Right.
move I would not even consider at all.
Wow. Knight A2. Okay.
I think Samuel at the moment is like, what? What is
Really?
Knight A2? Because this is something which doesn't jump under your radar. I mean, not immediately. But the idea is, I guess, to play bishop d3, protect the pawn.
Yes, trade queens, play bishop d3, protect the pawn. And again, asking the salient question, where is your compensation?
Maybe it's just not there. So what if we play, so the bishop is under attack.
Right.
What do we do here? Do we play something like bishop c5?
Okay, then we will trade queens. And like you said, bishop to d3. I guess you, I don't know, are you committed to playing a move like f5?
Yeah.
That starts to be very questionable, right? Yeah, like are you going too far? Did you over reach, so to speak, as black?
But I think he has to do it like this. Otherwise, what does he have? For example, knight a2, it's weird. It's weird, Yasser. But I remember this lovely quote by Wishy Anand, and he once said that, I don't care if it's weird. If it works, it works. And I had a chance to ask this to him in person in Switzerland a couple of weeks ago. So how do you feel about this quote? And he said it's not even his original quote because somebody else said it, and it's just circulating. But anyway, the idea is that if it's, I don't care if it's weird, it just works, right?
That's right. One quote that I'm very sure it belongs to Levon Aroni, and he was quoted in the New in Chess interview where he basically says that he puts his ideas into the engine, and the engine approves the ideas. He just wants a move that wins. And I was like, yeah, I'll go for that. So
amazing confession.
He has these ideas, and then the engine confirms that they're good, and he doesn't even care why they work, or but just that they work. And right at knight a2, I'm looking at it, and if we play, for example, what you said, bishop c5, queen takes, rook takes, bishop to d3. Normally speaking, with the two bishops, this should be compensation. But again, my question is like, how do you get? Is the compensation just that, and then there's nothing? I mean, Sam presumably would like to win with black, but maybe after a move like g6, maybe f5 is just a little bit asking too much.
Yeah, maybe g6. Yeah,
g6, and you just say, okay, you put your knight on a2. Why did you put your knight on a2?
Yeah, because if it goes back, there could be bishop d4 and
right. And but the problem is, every time I see the move bishop takes c3, b takes c3, rook takes c3, I see a draw. I mean, I'm going to play rook b1, and I'm going to just trade off the queen side and make a draw. So that looks okay. If you don't mind, can we check on the ladies and Humpy?
Let's do that.
The #1 ranked female player in the entire competition.
Try to bring up the game.
How is she doing? Again, as we started our show, first of all, those who are joining us from the start, thank you very much. For those who missed our start, we were in awe that the Indian teams had started 24 out of 24. You can't beat perfection, Arthur.
Yeah. Talk about perfection. Mention the Indian team because they played an Olympiad round 1. And so far, Conor is doing textbook squeeze of the space advantage. Yas already mentioned it before. Here, after 97, that's where we left. We don't want to trade pieces. So f4 is how you stop any trades. And slowly, look at this. White is just killing all of black's side and at a queen side.
Right.
Knight f3, by the way, there was no trade on e6. Take it. h3, bishop d2, and slowly, slowly, the fate is coming for black.
Exactly. We understand from White's point of view that rook a1 to e1, b2 to b3, g2 to g4, knight e2 to g3. These are all moves that literally play themselves. We don't have to think about these moves. They're just so obviously good for White. You don't have to second guess. Conversely, Black is sitting there thinking to herself, well, how do I avoid my fate? Should I be playing h5? Should I be playing knight f8? Should I be playing for f7, f5? Should my, a lot of questions.
I'm surprised because I see the bar. The bar says there's something wrong with White's position. Apparently, some of the moves were not the best. And this means there's something specific. There's something specific because this normally is not a good position for Black. I guess rook e1, b3, White is much better. Is it b3 here for Black?
It must be b3. It
must be b3, right?
Yeah. Although
and knight e4.
Now the bar kind of goes up, so it doesn't like b3. Is there some crazy tactic? Knight takes d5? No, how? What?
Wow, knight e5.
No, I can't believe it. That's, like now the bar is going up, so no.
Yeah, no, this is not it.
No, this is not it. It can't be. So what are we missing that's obviously good for Black?
I would definitely rate this position as better for White, right? I see no way how Black can trade pieces. But it's something that White has chosen to do the most. Something is slightly wrong. And Yasser, we have the knowledge, we have the bar right in front of us, but the opponents don't. I mean, the players, they don't know that, obviously.
Exactly.
And she was getting squeezed here a couple of moves before, so White made all the logical, normal moves. So you just don't even get the idea. There might be something here that you have to pay attention to. We cannot even figure it out.
Well, it's interesting. The one move I would have said wasn't absolutely required was h3. So in other words, if the pawn was on h2 and I had played in this position b3 as White, so I play bishop d2 and Black plays
h3.
Yeah, and Black plays rook. She's afraid of knight g4, of course. No, I take it back. I'm sorry. This is why she played h3. Umbi did. Well, I'm a little. Maybe it's knight b6, and for some tactical reasons, b2 b3 is not operational.
But I'm gonna play it anyway.
Exactly. I would as well, and I would invite you to play knight takes d5 and bishop takes a1. Maybe that's the idea. No, in that position, what we just
said. I mean, bishop, here after knight b6 b3.
And knight takes d5 and bishop takes a1, and I'm getting 2 pawns and a rook for but
I have just one message to you, Yasser.
I know. Details by letter, right?
Yeah, just one very long arrow. Something bound to happen.
Message is coming. So that's a funny moment, and whoa, bishop. Okay.
So bishop a6. This was the move, right?
Bishop a6. What? I'm still confused. Okay.
Just a second. Is this the idea? b3. No, it doesn't work.
Well, there's a rook takes. No, rook takes e2, right? Yeah. This I can understand is a tactical sequence that Black could embrace. Bishop a6.
Right.
Wow.
So bishop a6, b3, knight e5.
Nice.
Take it.
I guess I take it and go c4 or something crazy.
I mean, okay, right? If we switch on the engines,
Yeah.
it becomes very obvious, but we don't use obviously engines. And also for black, try to figure out that this is the moment when you have to strike, when you have to execute this idea. So we go back to this position first. You have to see this idea.
Well,
Second, you
bishop
have to
A6
calculate
is-
this idea.
Right, and bishop a6 itself is such a camouflaged idea. What are you doing? You're exploiting the fact that the knight on e2, however temporary it is not adequately defended. The bishop on d2 blocks the queen on c2 from defending the knight. And this bishop on c8, which has been playing an absolutely passive role, suddenly has this incredible tactical opportunity. That's very camouflaged, to use your word. Yeah, I didn't see it. I really confess.
I think we simply have to take a break and correctly
Sure.
assess this position in the break. Because
We're gonna reset our minds. I'm gonna shut
Reset the
down
mind.
and turn.
take a coffee.
I will.
Because to be honest, I still don't calculate until the end. I'm not sure. There's probably some kind of a tactical shot we're missing. Of course, it's very easy to click. Yeah, you switch on the engine, you see everything that's going on, and then make
Wow.
a smart face. Well, it's tricky. So maybe black is even not going to pick this up. We're going to make a short break, right?
Okay, let's do it.
See you in a couple of minutes.
My name is Elwood Dawson. I'm from Chicago.
I'm Secret Blackman,
My name is Roberto Beza, Jr.
and what I want to share is I love tacos. Tacos and chess. So, yeah.
With the chess program, really, even chess in general, like on the deck, you kind of lose yourself. You don't really think about your case. You learn to think differently. You know, you strategize more. I sometimes come out 7:30 in the morning. I'll probably play until lockup, you know, so it makes my day go by faster.
It's competitive. It's a lot of trash talk. It's crazy, you know. Like the chess players, we got our own little circle, you know, and all of us play each other. We talk trash about who be who garbage. Yeah, I never play that dude again. He garbage. I never play him. But yeah, it's real competitive.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the Open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the Open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Hey, and welcome back, everybody. The day 2 of the World Chess Olympiad 44th edition in Chennai, India is well underway. We still don't have a lot of results incoming. Maybe some of the games have been finished, but not most of them. So we are going to follow, of course, the match of Norway against Uruguay. And you see it's the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen playing top board and trying to score finally medals for Team Norway. They've never done it before. But first, I guess, Yasser, we have to figure out what did happen, what could happen in that crazy game of Conor Humpy against Marisa Zuriel, because we sort of figured it out.
We did.
Yeah,
Good.
I think
Let's
so.
share it with our viewers, because I'm still as confused as when
All right.
we left.
There
Okay,
we go.
Bishop A6. That's
Yeah. So
step
the big
number
point,
1.
the big point, you got it right. Actually, there's some 95 ideas, but the lines are incredibly complex. For
Okay.
example, let's say I play B3, right? And the big
Looks
point
logical.
is, yeah, I'm securing everything on the clean side and saying you have no points to crash through.
Right.
Wrong. Black plays 95, C takes on D5, and here's the thing: not even take the rook, but C4.
Wow.
I mean, is this even human?
Wow.
Look at this.
Alien chess.
Alien chess at its best.
Right.
Bishop C4, Queen B6, King
Check.
goes away. Take it. Now to protect this guy here,
Yeah,
you play
take the
Queen C4, Rook C8. You want to protect the knight. Queen D3, and somehow this is doing great for Black because still the Queen is starting to defend the knight.
Right.
So this is just one of the lines. You know, yes, I told you honestly, I checked briefly with a powerful Silicon Beast, right?
Yeah.
It's difficult to figure this out, and also this line is even worse. After B
C4.
takes,
Yeah.
B3, Queen B1. You give away this powerful bishop, and somehow Black is winning because of this B pawn.
Deep breath. Wow.
Yeah. Is this obvious?
I mean, this is, I mean, that's awesome. Even if I had somehow on a dream mission managed to get this far, my judgment, you know, you sent me a message that the long diagonal, you know, my
Right.
judgment there, even in that final position might be, well, gee, am I sure I'm not getting mated after Bishop C3 or something? You know, that's an amazing line.
Okay, I
And-
mean, the white is not even obliged to play B3, but the same happens after Rook E1. There's the same stuff all over again. 95,
Wow.
C takes, C4. I think we're watching some kind of a Mikhail Tal's game or something. I mean,
Right,
B3,
right.
and somehow white is not having enough space for his pieces. I mean, if this is going to happen, I'm going to go totally crazy.
Exactly. We could a wand. Oh. But that's a gorgeous variations, and it's sort of like something that's going to happen off the board. And when the players are told about it afterwards, they go, wow, I never realized I had a chance. Because visually, if white gets in all the moves, rook e1 and b3, the door is slammed shut on black, and she will suffer an ignominious defeat without a whimper. Now, you said it. How is our world champion doing?
Let's check it. The world champion was not really, at least from my perspective, was not really doing that great with the white collar. But
exactly.
we still need to check it.
Has he improved his situation?
This is not.
It was an isolated queen pawn position that we have left Magnus. He was white against Jörg Meyer, and Jörg, he still had issues with his king. Has he solved them? So what? Hey, look at that. We got a few moves, right? H5, H4, a way for Jörg to develop his rook on H8. And queen to d6.
And not rook h5, we were discussing rook h5, right? This is what I tried to propose, but actually queen d6 is logical.
Yes, it stops the bishop. I'm still trying to get the zen of the position. I'm not sure I have it. I feel like the bishop on a4 has done its duty and should return.
Yeah, but where?
Maybe to d1 to protect against rook h5 and stop that pesky rook on h8 from getting into the game.
Actually, that's a brilliant point. Indeed. Now, this rook on h8 cannot join the game. So what Magnus is doing here, he's punishing his opponent by not playing rook h5. I'm not saying he should have done it, but here the bishop on a4 has done everything he could. Now bishop d1. Yeah, he's just seeking different job here.
Exactly. And again, I think so much from a white's perspective is triggered by his desire to infiltrate down the c file. So while it might look a little bit silly, at a certain moment, the knight might come to d5 as a way of defending the c7 square, and in which case you would want to have your bishop on f3 to, in certain cases, play rook c7 and sacrifice in exchange. Another thing, another idea, a concept, the bishop on a4, I know it sounds funny, blocks my attack against the pawn on a7. So if my bishop were back on d1, maybe I would go queen a3 check and queen takes a7 against rook to c8. And I think your idea of queen d6 was literally to prevent such a double attack as queen a3.
That's a very good point. Yeah, indeed. Not only the bishops, also queen a3 check ideas at some point.
Okay, so a very balanced position that still feels, to my eyes at this moment, but okay. I think for Magnus as well, he wants a game that's full of fight, and here we have a board full of pieces with different, I want to say, imbalances. The king on f8. Certain things are going on, the isolated queen pawn, and it's a game where the better player is supposed to win.
He doesn't look very excited though, does he?
No.
No, he looks
Magnus Magnus is really a cool customer. He's now taken up the game of poker, and he knows that in poker, you can't give away any tells. You can't make it obvious to your opposition that you like your hand and stuff like that. He's always been pretty good at hiding his inner emotion.
Except those moments when he's not.
Right.
All of the other moments he's doing just
he's
fine.
Amazing. Except when like he's cursing himself in Norwegian.
Yeah. What do you think, Yasser? Do we make a roundup of how Team Norway is doing very quickly? Just check.
Let's go if we can. If we can see Tari's game and Christian's, that would be nice.
Okay. Can you give immediately your assessment, like in 5 seconds? you have to evaluate the position, what would it
Prefer
be?
white. Prefer white. I like the bishop on a2. It's so stupid that I have to. That's genius. Who puts their bishop on a2 in such positions? White's a genius, no question about it. Next.
Next, all right. So Atari's playing with black. He's doing all right. There's plenty of chances to do something with this long diagonal. Say hello to the white king. Okay, next
Right.
is Jon Lodvig Hammer. He is playing on the third board for Team Norway. Also one of the chess commentators, obviously,
Yeah.
many events. And he's back to play.
Yeah, Jon Lodvig is good fun. I love his sense of humor. And I remember in Reykjavik, there was a trivia contest where Hammer and Magnus Carlsen were a team in the trivia contest, and their team name was MC Hammer.
Oh,
Which I thought worked very well. The artist, rapper MC Hammer. H6. I'm gonna say balanced. It's strange to see pawn on if this pawn on c6 were on a6, I would have said, oh, this is some kind of a queen's gambit. This looks like it came out of a Rui Lopez. The knight on f5, though, boy, once you get the knight on f5, you start to feel good
sure.
things.
I have mixed feelings because I see those dark square weaknesses on that white cast, and bishop f6. If this is what he wants to do, probably he's not going to do it. It would just hand over on the platter all of the dark square weaknesses.
I'm thinking bishop e3. So tickle the knight on b6 is a step one, and step two, knight f5.
Yeah. Knight c4, let's assume there could be some kind of a trade. I'm not even sure if knight c4 has to be played. Right. Okay, now this looks different. Now I start to like it for white.
Yeah, the knight on f5. Well, I mean, you know, for 500 years, it's been the Spanish torture, right? The queen goes to f3, and this is what we've been perfecting.
I think Hammer is going to do it because he also has 42 minutes on the clock, and the position is exactly what you want for a time trouble. You want to have chances to attack, remove the bishop, put the knight on f5, play g5, try to conjure something funny, and we still have to check Christiansen's game of Norway team on board 4.
Yeah, and by the way, again, a big shout out. It looks like there's a lot of space. What tends to happen at Olympics, at least the Olympiads I played in, is it's sort of like the news gets cast to the locals. The news says, hey, the chess Olympics opened up. 3 rounds later, hey, the Indian team is doing well. 5 rounds later, hey, you know, the gold medals are up for grabs. And what happens is suddenly the Olympics start to swell. The playing hall becomes more and more filled with more and more spectators as the good news, the good vibe gets generated. Hey, something really spectacular is going on in Chennai. Come and be a part of it.
I mean,
the next thing you know, you can't breathe.
I would love to see the numbers of how many Indians are following the Olympiad, because this is huge. I mean, for us chess players, obviously, this is huge. Everybody's watching this. But for India, I mean, imagine this. The prime minister himself visited the opening ceremony. They even painted the streets of Chennai in the colors of chess. They have this bridge, chess bridge. Wow, there's a lot of security, a lot of volunteers. This is huge. And I imagine there's probably millions of Indians watching every day.
And I saw one picture I thought was really great. It was the ceremonial opening move. I think it was the back. I saw the back of Arkady Dorkovich, the FIDE president. So he's supposed to be making the opening moves, but he's surrounded by literally 50 photographers and journalists as the opening move was being made. I thought, okay, that's the most number of journalists I've ever seen in a single competition. Stop. So the media is out in full force, I want to say, in India. So it's exciting. And again, when the crowds begin to swell, and they will get bigger. They'll get bigger. You want to see a very spacious playing hall. which can, handle an extra 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 people without, the players complaining of lack of oxygen.
Yeah. And there's also, I see a question in the
Yes.
future chat. Yasser is
is
too legit to quit with the jokes and stories.
Too legit
Yeah.
to quit. Cool.
Yeah.
Truthfully, I mean, at some point, I'm going to have to write a trilogy about Bobby Fischer. I mean, I've got so many Bobby Fischer stories that to this day, I have not seen in print. And it's like an oral history that was given to me by a lot of Olympic teammates who knew Bobby, who met with Bobby, who trained with Bobby. And some of them are just absolutely hilarious. I can't believe that they were never reported. Also, the same thing with many of the world champions, from Kasparov and Karpov. I mean, I know them very, very well for many years, decades. And again, I'm really surprised by these players who have had such extraordinarily long careers. And you kind of expect like everybody knows that story, or everybody knows that. And then nobody ever, people say, I never heard it before. It's like, what? I thought everybody knew.
Yeah.
So I really do. I have a lot of these stories, and it feels
They're
like,
legit.
yeah, it feels like a lot of people are unawares. I'll just put
All
it
right.
like that.
All right.
They
So yeah,
should-
dear chat, thank you once again for your
Sure.
amazing insights and questions. And we are watching what you're saying there. So if you have some interesting questions or something that really is, you need to say it. I mean, say it, and we try to pay attention to them. By the way, somebody finally did notice our ties. Yes, for that,
Yes.
I have to blame Yasser, because I didn't want to wear a tie today.
Yes.
He wore it. I had no choice but to comply.
Yeah, and on
That's
that note, I was explaining to Archers my deep love for wrestling, the Worldwide Wrestling Association Federation, and the tag team championships. So the ties, I thought, okay, we're teaming up together. We could tag each other and say, okay, go and talk to the audience. I'll take a rest. I'll recover from the body blows. You could tag me in. So the ties were to match our team feelings.
Yeah.
What do you
Right,
think
all
of
right.
this move, C5?
Yeah, C5 indeed. Christensen again is in trouble, right? Again, the second game in a row. Yesterday, he offered a draw in a losing position. If the transmission was correct, he was doing pretty
Okay.
badly.
Okay.
And he was the only one from the Norwegian team drop a point, half a point, my apologies. And now again, today he is dealt the same card. Again, he's playing with black. Again, he is suffering, I guess, at least the bar says. So my big guess is here after C5, I want to take on C6 and establish a pass pawn.
Right. So we presume it takes with the pawn. And I remember I had a position as black against Victor Korchnoi. And I took with the pawn, and he hit me with a very surprise move, G4. I was like, what?
Wow.
like, is that for real? And it took me some time, I want to say. These were the old days where the time control was much slower. And it took me some time to recover from the shock of this move, G4. Like, yeah, there's like, what?
Right.
And
Wow,
this is
that's
an
an
ex-
amazing move.
Yeah, and G4, if white is able to play GF5, and that's the whole question, maybe the move E5, E4 crosses up the plan, if you will. If white is able to secure the E4 square for one of his knights, it's game over. It's just game over.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So this is actually one of the key things that you have to analyze. And if it works for black, then you can't play G4. But
I tell you honestly, Yasser, it wouldn't
Yeah.
even come to my mind. Consider something
G4?
like this. No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, I mean, let me say it once again. It was a blow. It was a shock to me. Like, the one thing I wasn't expecting was G4, and it arrived on the board. It's like, wow. What a
Yeah.
move. Okay, but
All
you
right.
liked it. You liked en passant simply because of b5.
Yeah, b5?
You-
No, here?
Well, no. I meant you wanted an en passant.
Yeah, I wanted to play
and you
b5. I
exactly.
see a
And you
pass
just
pawn, I create a pass pawn, because the thing
right,
about pass pawns, they tend to become queens at some point.
right. Especially
Uh,
when they're not blocked.
Yeah,
Right.
but how do you properly value this? So white has the b pawn, the pass pawn, the knight on c5 suddenly is in the game.
I like. I'm not sure I like b5 immediately because, like you say, the knight on a6 is out of the game.
Yeah,
So you're kind of, well, inviting the knight back into the game. The move that I would find attractive is actually c4, c5. And why would I find this move attractive? I'm looking at this knight on d2, or rather the knight on d2, I hear it complaining. It's saying, coach, you got to get me into the game. So the knight on d2 wants to go to c4. If you take on c5, I want to take on a6, and I want to take on c5. And again, I'm thinking my rook on b1 is happy. My knight on c4 going to e5 or d6 is going to be happy. And I'm doing all of this while the knight on h7 is on h7. It's,
yeah.
you know, like,
That is
go away.
definitely interesting.
Yeah.
I do agree. I do agree. So take it, c5, d takes bishop a6. But yesterday I'm slightly concerned about d5 because I have
Perfect.
the greatest respect for the pawn chain in the center, and I do see a
Exactly.
pawn chain in the center.
Right. And this is where you start analyzing, okay, if I go knight d5 doesn't work right away. I assume that's true. Yeah, I just had to double check that didn't work right away. But I assume bishop takes a6 before knight takes d5. Bishop takes takes b5.
Wow, that's a brilliant
Now,
point.
now if you take on b5, knight takes d5, and we're kind of back to our previous situations where the knights are starting to hip hop while the knight is on h7. Really nice. By the way, I'm being told that Missy Piano has a crazy game. Shall we jump to Team Germany? We haven't seen much of Team Germany.
One of the decisive games already of the round.
Okay, that sent a chill up my spine. That nice final position.
All right. So everything looks normal so far.
So far, so good.
Here we go. Okay.
Good stuff.
So I think black is doing just fine.
Right.
So obviously we're not going to analyze it very deeply. We just want to see how it started.
And then the blood.
Oh, you can see something is about to happen here. Every single piece basically in white's arsenal, the rook, the knight, the bishop, the queen, this guy here in a1, everything is about to join the king side. I love it. Look at this.
The coordination looks
Boom.
good. Ooh, yikes. Rook to d7, queen g6. Michael Tal will be very proud.
Very proud. Queen g6 is incoming, so you need to stop it. Otherwise, mate on g7 spells the doom for black. King f6, queen h7. Look at this. Queen g7, huge threat. Check. And here black decided, okay, I cannot go forward. It's going to end badly. So badly as a 4, checkmate in 1.
Right, that's badly.
So you're going to do that. King f7, check here. Queen g6 here. Boom, checkmate on the board. You know, Yasser, I know Vilka Sipila because, I mean, not really so well personally. I have a lot of friends in Finland, been there many, many times. And he is often regarded as one of the players who very often plays until checkmate.
Really?
Right? So, yeah,
That's
he
a
often
rare.
plays until checkmate. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he allows the checkmate on the board because not many, majority of the players, they are resigning. I'm resigning. You're resigning. Magnus is resigning. Walter is resigning, our producer. Everybody is resigning, but not him. He's always playing it out.
You know, and you're right. 99.9% of all the chess players, especially the grandmasters, are resigning. They're not allowing checkmate on the board. But for so many spectators, why did he resign? He didn't resign. He got checkmated. Why did he get checkmated? Show me the checkmate. And then they see it, they go, oh, I get it. So for many years, we almost had, I'm not joking, organizers encouraging the players to play it out. Don't resign when you're a rook down. Don't resign, 2 moves before checkmate. Let the audience enjoy the checkmate.
Right.
And we would nod our heads and go, yeah, sure. That's exactly what's going to happen. And then we would forget it immediately. Nice final finish. Thanks to Black for allowing that very nice.
And since we talk about Germany, maybe it actually is a good idea that we could check how they're doing, because
exactly, why not?
Duda Fabiano is board 3, but there's also some other very strong grandmasters like Matthias Blubaum, board 1, and the games are about, by the way, to reach the second time control.
Okay. Is Vincent, by the way, is Vincent also on the German team?
Yeah, Vincent is also on the German team, number 1. Vincent Keimer is one of the youngest talents in the world. He's only age 17. Wow. Actually, recently I had a chance to meet him in Biel.
Wow.
Yeah, he was playing in the Biel Chess Festival, amazing tournament. So not really things went well for Vincent, but he's about to score 2,700 today. He has a rest day. But Matthias Blubaum is reigning European champion, right? I mean, this should mean something.
Exactly.
And he's slowly but climbing to 2,700.
Impressive. Very much so. Germany, for those of you who aren't aware, Spain is actually the #1 country in terms of rated games. Spain has an enormous number of tournaments, and people love to come to Spain, get a vacation in, and play in a series of opens. I mean, our very own Veselin Topalov told me that if it wasn't for Spain, he wouldn't have had a chess career. Or early in his career, he literally got in his car and drove from one event to the next, to the next, to the next. But Germany is the second most active country. And I always thought that, they had their Robert Hübner, and I was expecting, like Germany to one day field, the highest rated team but somehow they're missing a Magnus Carlsen type.
Yeah.
They have great talents, but a lot of those talents find it very difficult to be a professional chess player and devote themselves.
I was told when I was in Biel, I was told that there's obviously big hopes on Vincent because he's still, not so even young. 18 years old. And when he scored this, do you remember, Yasser? When was this? In Grenke Open?
Yeah.
He won the Grenke Open at age 13, 14, 13, I think it was 13 years old.
Remarkable, yeah.
And this was big news.
Right.
Big news in Germany. Everybody wanted to know about Vincent. Everybody, right?
It was so exciting, yeah.
This might be the big chance for Germany to score big and perhaps produce a future world champion. But here we are following Matthias Blubaum, who is slowly proving himself also as an elite player. I don't think he's been 2,700, but he is the European champion, and now he is today board #1 of Germany, and I love his position. It's his equal, but I like it.
Queen and knight, and that beautiful blockading knight. At first blush, you think to yourself, the bishop is actually doing okay, but when you just stop for a moment and just look a little bit deeper and say, okay, white's going to play f3 one day, not immediately, but one day he's going to play f3. What role will your bishop have 5 moves, 10 moves, 15 moves from now? You stick it on d5? Well, you're inviting an e3, e4 to, and in the meantime, your pawn on e6, the queen on e5 is just kind of a dominant queen. Maybe white is going to leverage something like h4, h5, and you start to realize that, wait a minute, poor black is rather passive. and is really kind of playing a defensive role, and a defensive role maybe for the rest of the game.
I'm a bit
I like
surprised to
White's
see the bar
position.
says it's equal. I would not give it equal.
I would not either. I think that a lot of times the engines do rate the bishops rather heavily, and they probably see some line after queen b6 where they have adequate counterplay for whatever reasons they think so. But I think from a practical point of view, from human point of view, we like white.
Yeah. Also, I have to speak about black. Toivo Keinanen is one of the young talents of Finland, the rising star. He's also highly regarded as a very fast player. I think bullet mostly. He has played some online bullet games against Magnus Carlsen himself, and his speed skills are widely recognized. But still, this is a classical game. He's young, he's talented, and he's fighting.
Here's funny. Yeah.
All right.
Very good. We'll let that brew, as they say.
I think we have to continue to make this roundup of since we started to talk about Germany. Here we have with black Rasmus Svane against Dmitry Sklarov, who recently moved to the Finnish Federation. He's been living in Finland, as far as I know, many years.
I see.
And actually, speaking about Team Germany, I wonder what's their average age, because they're pretty young. I mean, I see Winston Keimer, who is 17. I see Rasmus Svane, who is about 20-something. Then we have Dmitry Kollars, another young talent. Matthias Blubaum is, I guess, already the more or less experienced guy. And
Right.
the most expensive player is Nisipiano.
Right. Now, Nisipiano, actually, he's up there, I think. Would it be fair to say mid-40s or late 40s? I'm not sure. But I mean, I've been following Dieter for 20 years, it feels like. I mean, he had a style, I want to say, that was just provocative and fun. I mean, there are just certain players that are entertaining. And when he was very youthful, it seemed like he loved the initiative. And he was a player who was making, what do you call it? The Evans Gambit, you know, in the Joko piano. He was provocative. I liked his style, and I enjoyed following his games. By the way, in the position that you have on the board, I love, with a capital L, black's position. The knight on c5, the rook on d4, the bishop on g2 makes a terrible impression. And I see, you know, like if you were to put the black king on b4, we'd be signing score sheets in no time.
I have to make a couple of moves to reach a pure perfection, though. I mean, let me try to do that.
Right. Yes. Yes.
So that would be perfect, right?
Yes. Yes. The bishop on
Everything
g2,
is on the white for white. Everything is
checkers.
the dark squares.
Right. And in these playing on opposite color complexes, I love black's.
Yeah, black is doing great here, right?
Agreed.
Yeah. Well, okay. So it appears to be that Rasmus Svane is pressing slightly with the black color. I'm not sure if it's enough. So let's check also board 4, which is Dmitry Kollars against Pekka Koeka. I know him also in person. Very nice guy. And here, what do we have here?
First
Black again is
impression,
slightly better, right?
first impression, I love black's position. You might think optically white's pawns are doing something, e4, f5, get going. No, it's actually black's pawns. You just play b4, you're going to follow it up with a5, a4. And actually black structure on the king side is kind of ideal to keep white structure stuck. And so first impressions are, I like black.
I like black as well. I mean, I see a clear plan for black. It's a4 incoming. So Germany is doing okay.
Definitely.
So far, if you're cheering for Germany, no need to be to have any stress. Nisipiano just won a beautiful game against Vilka Sipala. The other game we checked in a moment, it was Dmitry Kolosh right now is pressing with black. Rasmus Wone has slightly better position with black. And also the top board, Blue Baum against Kenan. And although the bar says it's equal, I would still give the edge for the reigning European champion. And I think Germany is going to win this.
Very good. It's interesting in that Rasmus ending, it was like this bishop on G2, the light square bishops versus a knight, kind of had echoes of Fabiano's position, where I didn't really like what Fabi had done. Fabi had played H4, and I thought Black's knight on D6 and his king on E7 were about to give Black the upper hand. Do you mind checking in on America's number one, Fabiano Caruana? Big pressure on American shoulders as we profiled them. They are big favorites, and wow, a lot of things have happened while we were away.
Yeah, some pawns got traded. I don't see Fabi still winning this.
Not at
So
all.
Rook C2, Rook C3 is incoming. If somebody needs to be careful, I think it's slightly white, but
Right.
probably, I mean,
The draw just seems inevitable, right? King F1, Rook C2, Bishop C4, Rook C3.
also,
Or
I think we have to remind that the players are approaching the end of the first time control, right? So the time
Right.
control of the tournament, it's what? It's 90 minutes for 40 moves. So
Right.
you make 40 moves and then you get extra 30 minutes after that. And of course, it's extra 30 seconds per made move. So this is a team event. Every single game, for example, this one, Fabi Caruana against Axel Bachmann, this is a team event. And all that matters is the team result. 4 players in the team, 1 reserve player who's today, I guess, resting at a hotel, enjoying the team players to play. It's fun.
Well, yeah. Okay, I think Fabi's going to make a draw here. Can we just see board 2? How is Wesley doing? How is
Yeah,
Lanier doing?
let's check that.
Just go down. We're kind of snap through those games and just take a brief glimpse. By the way, big shout out to our audiences. Thank you so much for joining our coverage. We're in day 2. We think we've got a lot of the transmissions and the games sorted out. It's going to be an ongoing process for much of the Olympiad. But we're going to be here, that is to say, chess.com is going to be here throughout all 11 rounds. And it looks like, well, Wesley has gotten the position he really wants.
Yeah, and also White is looking desperately for this counterplay, but I mean, maybe it's actually gonna work against him. So, for example, he made a couple of moves, 95, A3, the bishop on C3, clearly hinting at B4. But is this really favoring White? I'm not so sure about that. How do you even play B4 by not blundering a pawn?
Right, and okay, so one of the points of the move B4 is that, well, the entire point of the move B4 is to open up the position for your attacking pieces. But I don't see a lot of attacking pieces. I can make a case that the rook on A1 is attacking. I can make a case that the knight on D5 is attacking. But Black could play rook A8. That neutralizes the attacking rook. There are defending pieces on C6, D6, and E6. So White's attacking pieces, his attacking force, is not likely to overwhelm Wesley's defenses. So that having been said, White's king, if it turns to the king side, i.e. a castle short, be very mindful of a very direct G5. That might hurt your feelings. Like you could experience your king side being opened faster than you wanted it to.
Right. I mean, where do you position the king? Right. It's a very simple question.
That's the problem. Yeah.
Where do you put it?
Right. That's exactly
Queen
right.
side, queen side, center. It doesn't seem to be safe either way.
No, exactly. You start to wonder, don't you? Okay, and what about Lanier? Don't think we
Yeah.
checked in on Lanier Dominguez. Yes, I remember it now. We did like White's position quite a lot some time ago. I don't think we've changed our opinion, Arturs. I think we both like
No, this night got
White's.
on B8. We said, okay, this is not where you want to place that knight. He did it
No.
anyway.
Exactly.
That's a weakness on D6. It's about to fall.
Indeed,
Knight
it is.
C3.
Yeah.
Why not rook F6, by the way? We had this discussion yesterday, Yasa. You told me, right? When you're suffering, at least don't give away anything, because
Right.
you play knight E6, you're going to lose a pawn, you're going to suffer anyway, right?
Right.
So at least make your opponent work for it. Why not rook F6?
Right. Rook F6. Agreed. I suppose Lanier he could turn the position maybe into some very simple positional strike. So obviously you want to attack the rook on F6. So you take on C5. Like you said, rook takes C5, bishop to D3. So one moment you're ready to play knight E4.
Wow.
When the knight comes to E4, it's, in the words of my trainer, Nikolai Minev, catastrophe.
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 Yeah, that's a big catastrophe for black. Very nasty for the pawn on D6 is under attack. How do you deal with this? I guess you just don't.
You don't. It's a catastrophe. And Nikolai also had a nice way of saying about winning a pawn. So, we're training together and he says, I'm going to win the pawn. And he would say, gift me your pawn. Gift me your pawn. And I see that pawn on D6 is a gift. Let's gift.
I just take it.
Yes.
It's free.
Yes, it's free. It's good. It's a collection. Only thing I can imagine is black prepared knight d4. Now, when you think about such a position after knight d4, and if you're black, you're sitting there saying to yourself, wow, I'm relying upon my tactics. I'm relying upon the tactics to work for me. I've got bad news.
Wow, queen d5, look at that. Not queen d6, but queen d5.
Ooh. When you play tactically, or when you want to engage in a tactical battle, look at where your pieces are. The knight on b8. We don't have to say anything else. I think the move queen d5 was attractive to Lanier because he saw that g4 and queen takes b7 was a double threat.
And there's also the pawn on b7, by the way, which is more
Yes.
juicy than the pawn on d6 because it just creates a passed pawn at the b file.
Right. Well, remember the Sarawan field theory. The Sarawan field theory describes when you have a choice between two desirable objects, you must expand your capacity to accept both. So you want to take b7 and you want to take d6. So queen d5 is step one on the Sarawan field theory. Queen takes b7, and the peshki on d6 is still tender.
Yeah, this peshka is gone and the pawn on d6 also is going to fall. I think Dominguez is going to do it. So let's jump perhaps to Sam Shankland's game as well.
Please, please. So far, with the exception, I'm thinking of Fabi, Team USA is actually doing okay. Whoa, rook b4.
I think Samuel is about to get arrested tomorrow. What do you think, Yasser?
Could be the case. I suspect this is also a draw, but the move rook b4 is a little bit of a visual because I can, on a bad day, I can imagine somehow the rook getting across to h4, combined with the colleague on b6, d6, sorry, h6 falls, and suddenly it's Sam's king that in the crossfire.
And it looks quite unpleasant. I mean, definitely he's not the one playing this for the win because he lost the pawn and we left it. Where was this? I think it was this odd looking knight a2, right? I mean, what's that? But it keeps the pawn. It keeps the pawn in the business. So g6, as you already said, f5, take it, bishop c4, bishop d5. Black just plays textbook simplification of the position.
Mhm.
Take on b7. Okay, rook a3, rook b3, and this is how they got here.
This is how they got here. Well, I have to tip my hat and say White has actually played very, very good chess. I mean, Fabi is, pardon me, Fabi, I see Fabi on the board. Sam has been challenged very well here by White. I think that White is for choice, like you said. I still suspect that, you know, the game's more on the drawn side, but let's face it, Sam might be the one having to work.
Yeah, I think Sam probably is going to make a draw. I would also suspect that Fabi, who looks a bit
Like distant, shall we say.
distance from the
Yeah.
board, also
Yeah,
is going
well.
to make a draw. He's not happy the way he played out because he did not manage to create any problems with White against his opponent. And most likely, it's going to be a victory for Dominguez. Most likely, probably. I'm spoiling it a bit early, but Wesley So also looks really great. So I would say USA is
3-1.
about to win this match. It looks like that. They've got this under control. Some work is still required. What do you think, Yasser? Do we use this opportunity to go back to the ladies? Because
Absolutely.
I think there's so much action going on. We have to check it out.
For sure. And by the way, we mentioned at the very top of the show yesterday on round one that anybody who's ever played in the Olympics and on the Olympic teams understand the winning formula. The winning formula is very simple. You play for advantage with White, you neutralize with Black. Full stop, end of story. When Fabiano Caruana, America's leader, #1 guy, he steps up to the mark, and he's got the white pieces against a much lower rated player. Everybody's on the Olympic team is looking at Fabi and saying, you know, you got to bring home the bacon. I don't think Fabi's going to be that pleased with what happened today. I mean, he didn't seem to get anything out of the opening, and he threw up a dud.
Yeah.
It was a dud.
Yeah. No, these days happen. By
Yes.
the way, we are looking at this game of Conor Okompi,
You're right.
the top Indian team, top board. Black didn't find 95. Guess what? I'm not surprised really, because
No, not at all.
we discussed
was-
this,
Yeah.
right?
That was alien chess. That required a sequence of moves that if I'd seen it over the board and analyzed it, I'm not even sure I would have trusted my judgment that I was making the correct assessment. And as we go to this game, we should also maybe, what do you think, Artur's profile the
Yeah, profile would be
Indian-
great to check because our
Indian
amazing
ladies,
producers
yeah.
have created some very, very nice videos from some of the teams. It's USA, Norway, Team India, and we could check what exactly Team India has prepared for us for the Olympiad.
Alrighty.
As India welcomes the world to the 44th Olympiad, the country has managed to field 6 teams for this year's competition. Of those teams, the strongest is India's first team, which features an impressive roster with reasonable expectations of keeping a medal right here in the host country. 2 super grandmasters, Vidit Gujrathi and Pentala Harikrishna, lead the squad. Still just 27, Vidit has been a top player for years. Playing as the third board, he represented India in the 2016 and 2018 Olympiads. Now, in 2022, the responsibility of the first board is his. On the second board is the 36-year-old Pentala, also an Olympiad mainstay. After a successful June, Pentala actually enters the Olympiad ranked slightly higher than Vidit. At this event, however, they will work together without concern for individual competition. Next in the talented India lineup is the 18-year-old rising star Arjun Erigaisi. Widely considered to be one of the world's most promising juniors, many expect great things from him on board 3. One board down is another top 100 player, S.L. Narayanan. Completing the roster is four-time national champion Krishnan Sasikiran. Sasikiran assisted the legendary world champion Vishy Anand in his 2013 championship match. That experience could help him in assisting the rest of the Indian team. India has long been represented by a strong squad in the Olympiad, but their best result came in 2014 when they placed third. Sasikiran is the only player still around from that success. Another bronze would certainly be welcome, but first place and a gold medal is the ultimate goal.
We're back. We're back with the action here from Chennai, India. Yasser Servan and Arthur Negshans were your host today. Now we are following the game of Team India in women's section. Yasser, I mean, Black didn't find this amazing sacrifice. I guess we cannot really be surprised. And now White is better.
Yeah, I mean, we always felt that if Humpy managed to get this positional squeeze that she's conjured up, you know, where the whole of the queen side is simply blocked, full stop, end of story. There's no action going on over there, that it's all going to be play on one goal. We thought that strategically speaking, Humpy has this game, and I see no reason not to believe that she's not going to bring home the bacon.
Right.
What about the other games?
Yeah, let's check the other game, the board number 2, Vaishali, the sister of Prague. She's also a very strong player.
Okay, I got
she's
a very very confusing looking position, because at first sight, I'm sitting there saying, oh, this is great. You know, I trapped the bishop on G4. On second sight, wait a minute, there's a rook on H6 that is similarly trapped. What's going on?
So it's a mutual trap.
Right? But I think White's just down 3-1 majority on the queen side, and that should be decisive.
Black is going to win this.
Yeah, definitely decisive advantage Black.
Yeah.
Next game.
And the next game we have on the Team India. Oh, let me try to find it first. Here, Tanya Sachdev is playing against Rodas Borda Anna Paola, and she's doing okay. She has a pawn.
Yes, she does. Normally speaking, Tanya was playing till what we might have said the wee hours of the morning. She definitely had a marathon game. Sometimes at the early stages, you kind of say, well done, Tanya. You know, we're going to give you a break. You spend a lot of energy, but she's in here fighting once more, and I like Tanya's position.
So I guess rook. Rook
C1, and yeah, I think we just saw something there on the camera, right? We've got it. I think that was Fabi's game. If I'm not
Fabi drew. Yeah, Fabi drew. He saw it on the camera. All right. We suspected it's going to happen. We caught it live. Okay, good for us.
If you don't mind, see the ladies' games from Ukraine.
Right. Let's check also the ladies' names, lady players from Ukraine, because they're one of the favorites, obviously, of the entire tournament. Mariya Muzychuk is playing today. Anna is not playing. Mariya is her younger sister. But this looks trouble for Black. I mean, I just see either rook e4, queen e4. This bishop on b2 is a monster.
Ooh, is it ever? And I love your rook e4, by the way. Just this whole idea of like, we are going to pile on the g7 pawn. We're going to put double, triple, queen h6.
Oh my goodness, queen h6.
Just bring everybody to the party. Queen h6, rook h4, and we are going to just pound Black's king side. And that bishop on b2 is really awesome.
So things don't look good for Team Ukraine in board number 1. Board number 2 is the former world champion Anna Osenina. Here she has a nice position to press. I immediately recognize Sicilian Knight or Bishop b5, Marozzi bind. I played positions like this, I don't know, probably 50 times already. I think she's going to do it. So Osenina is slightly going to pressure due to the space advantage, some weaknesses. She can already take on f6.
Yeah.
So that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
So this could be a chance for Ukraine to strike back. On the third board, we have Natalia Buksa with the black color against Duru Okuyaz.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah.
I'm terrible with names, by the way.
So what do we make of this position?
I'm confused. I like black just because I like the fact that, again, we talk about these open files for rooks, this rook on the d file. Unless rook h5 and queen h7 is a splat, you know, I can see that black is ready to play rook to d4 and bishop to b7 and maybe even knight e6 and completely neutralize white's kingside attack. If you start saying the kingside attack for white doesn't work, you're a pawn down and
it's just an extra pawn, right?
Yeah, it's got
so black has the pawn and the compensation for it.
Clear. That's
all right, Ian. In the meantime, also fourth ball Yulia Osmak has won her game. This is the final position. Extra rook really matters. So I guess Team Ukraine is going to win this if Mariya Muzychuk is going to hold on the top board. So what do you think, Yasser? Is this a good moment to make a break? Of course, we can come back to the ladies tournament. There's a lot of action. The open tournament, ladies tournament.
And absolutely. And a big shout out to our audience. Prepare some questions, interesting questions.
Interesting questions
for us. And on the other side of the break, we will be prepared to answer one, maybe two.
See you soon. to announce the fall 2022 and spring 2023 Collegiate Chess League seasons in partnership with NACE Star League. Make sure to sign up to represent your school in the Premier Chess League for college students.
This is crazy. $50,000 in prize fund. Man, goodness. Times are changing. You know, when I applied for University of Washington, they said $2,750 in tuition. And I said, I am the champion of Washington State in chess for all ages. They said, that's wonderful. Congratulations. $2,750 and you can come to our school. Now they're paying kids. That's great.
Sign me up.
Yeah, right. I mean, I want to go back to school. Let's hit some boards. What's happening? For example, I don't care. How about, well, Sandy?
Maybe let's start very quickly with Magnus, right? And then we have to check some of the teams we can't really see, like Azerbaijan, Poland,
Sure.
Maybe some other teams.
Let's
All
do
right.
it.
So let me try to bring up certain Norwegian players game. Here we go.
All right. Whoa. What? That can't be Magnus. No. That's somebody else.
No, I'm pretty sure. No, wait, no. Yeah, that's pretty sure it's Magnus.
This
Somehow
is
the rook
Magnus?
got on G3. This is how I got it.
Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
knight e3. This is a move I wouldn't want to play for some reason.
Right.
I think Mayer is looking really comfortable, except his clock. I mean, look at that. He's down on, is it, am I reading it correctly? Is
That's
it
hard to
1
tell.
minute and 28 seconds?
For how many moves though?
27.
Move 27.
Yeah.
Well, that
Move
27. That 30-second increment sure is a resource. E6, E5, and well, I mean, I gotta say, you're is really putting the questions to Magnus. That was a really fine move. That move E5. I'm looking. I'm calculating rook takes G3.
Right. Rook G3, take it. Queen G3,
take on E5, take, and stop right here. So then I was calculating, okay, should I play rook D1 and try to pretend that the pawn on D4 is all mine? Or should I be taking on D4 and combining it with the idea of rook C8 check and rook C7? And do I have any pretensions that I could be better? And so those are the those were the two lines I was calculating. Rook takes F5, I thought was a dead end at the very start, because I thought that black will take on D4 and I have nothing, I'm empty-handed at this moment.
Unless, of course, you have some tricks here, like take on D4,
Queen
rook
takes,
F8 check.
Rook F8 check, yeah.
Very nice, you cannot take it, but there's king H7.
Yeah, and accepting that my queen cannot, I'm in a pin, I can't go queen F5 and win a remarkable game.
But maybe something is here, Yasa. Look at this. I mean, rook D8, queen D8, and now the black king is slightly exposed.
True that. So you
Something
could
like
go
this.
queen F5 check. Oh,
Or queen F5, maybe. Yeah, maybe let's
queen
start
F5
with
check. I was going to go king H6, and after rook C6 check, I was going to go G6, and I can see that white is the one pressing, right? I mean, the black king is definitely the vulnerable. So maybe that's the way. So rook takes F5.
And this is what's happening. This is the way. So rook F8, king H7 most likely is going to happen. This is such a spectacular shot. I don't care if it's not even good. You just have to make it. So good. Yeah.
The puzzle rush demands this. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so maybe let's continue observing more games. The world champion is doing good. The opening didn't really impress me. Yasser disagrees with me. He says Black was not doing okay. So we had different opinions about the position. But let's move on. And
Okay.
maybe let's check Wojciech's game from Team Poland.
Let's do it. Aha, I got a question. What is my dream Olympiad lineup? Oh boy, you mean in the history, the current? I do remember my very first Olympiad in Malta in 1980, and the Soviet team had Gary Kasparov as second reserve. So when you talk about an Olympic team lineup where Gary Kasparov is second reserve, I'll go with that. I'll go with that squad. That guy, yeah, over there. Yeah, that was pretty good. Not sure. I have to give that question some serious thought. What do you have in front of us, Arturs? This is
Team Poland. I want to go through all of the games very quickly.
White's extra pawn up and
extra pawn up.
Seems to have an initiative. Very nice.
Looks good.
Very good.
Looks good for Wojciech. I would say that he's going to win the game.
Sure.
So board number 2 is Kasper Pieroń with the black color. I mean, I got spoiled by the bar. The bar says down. Yeah, so this means Black is doing okay.
Well, yeah, that's that knight. Knights love to be protected. The anchor square of the knight on e4 does make a strong impression, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed. So it appears that Black has simply an extra pawn, a mass of many things in the center, very secure. The king is secure.
Cluster, yeah.
Yeah, the knight on g6 also helps. Looks good for Team Poland. Who else is playing there? Miranda Wojciech. Maybe let's check it very quickly. Against Sebastian Felipe Sanchez. This is going to be a draw.
Yeah, quite clearly.
Quite clearly. Obstacle bishops. Not much to see.
That was like one of the great lines of Boris Spassky. He had married and divorced his first wife and asked about the marriage. He said, quite simply, we were bishops of opposite color. I thought, right, spoken like a true chess
also is
player.
a draw.
Yeah. Oh.
So, wait, how is it draw again? Just a second.
I thought we had some rules.
So Bartel pulled the old trick offer a draw when you are a ELO favorite, but you have a bad position.
Clever.
Yeah. He's down a pawn.
Many strong players have resorted to such underhanded methods of saving their skin.
Yeah, this is what I do, right? So strong players know that even if you outplay them somehow, from time to time this happens, they can still offer you a draw, and they know you're very much inclined to accept.
Exactly.
And they're using it against you.
Exactly.
Now I spilled the secret.
Right. Shame on you.
Yeah. All right. That is Team Poland.
By the way, did we get in the Team Netherlands? I mean, I gotta represent. I'm sitting in the beautiful country of the Netherlands here in Hilversum, and I'm kind of missing out on my Geordie.
I'll check it.
All right, let's do it.
So Netherlands is playing against Portugal. Well,
ooh. Wow. First impression was like, oh, White's doing great, the king on e4, but wait a minute, knight f6 check is just going to drive us back.
Exactly. And they have reached the second time control as well. This means Black is not in time trouble.
No, I think Black is okay after knight f6. Cool. Yeah, and just king d5, and unfortunately, knight c5 can be met by whoa.
No, not a5.
Oh,
look at this.
Knight e4, and you cheapoed yourself. Oh my gosh.
I just played automatically a5 without thinking.
Right. I was with you 100%. I mean, I would have fallen for the same trick. So I'm glad you did it, not me. How could you do that?
I don't know. I mean, I'm supposed to be a GM, right? Not
right. it's amazing, but at times I feel like they should take away my title. You know, oh,
Right.
hate that.
94. Okay, so
What a
still
trick.
position is quite equalish.
Yes, but there are tricks.
Yeah, tricks. There's
There are
always tricks.
Yeah.
The second board is Erwin Lamy.
Yeah, remember Erwin and Jan Smeets and Daniel Stellwagen, they were my louts. The word Louts, louts. They would come over to my apartment and they'd get their fingers on my library and books were going and they'd eat me out of house and home. And they were these young aspiring IMs. And then finally, when I kicked them out, then they became really good. 2650, Grandmasters, all three of them.
Right.
And they went on to great things. Jan Smeets, by the way, is the captain of Team Holland.
Oh,
And
easy now. All right.
yeah, white is for choice. He's got the space, but it's still a long grind to make much out of
I love this
position.
last move, H4. It just fixes that weakness on G6, and white says it's not going anywhere.
Well, that's the problem. The king on F7 is ready to go to G6 after G5, right? So
Oh,
if we do make this terrible move G5, I assume we're taking it with the F pawn and then going
Like this.
H5. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's visual. And what if black starts with a different move with F6 in this position? F6 takes E5.
Ah, F6, okay.
F6 takes E5. Now, if you take with the F pawn, then we get in G5 and maybe we get to trade something off, right?
But I still play H5.
You still play H5. Okay.
And G6 is risky.
Yeah, no. This feels altogether wrong. Oops.
Yeah.
But
I
the
love
king
white's
on D3
position.
Yeah, the king on D3 supporting C3. We gotta like white's position after H4. Okay.
Right.
I think
Before we continue,
Yes.
I got the word that there's something happening in Magnus's game. Since he's the world champion, obviously, we could check very quickly
yeah, we gotta
if we
pay
don't
our
miss any
respect.
action.
I always feel that, whoa, he won a pawn and got a queen ending. How did he do that? The mysterious Magnus Carlsen technique strikes again.
This is how we got it.
Pawn on H4. Fatal weakness.
So maybe this was not so good for black. I mean, this G6, Queen F4, threatening Rook C7. Black is in time trouble. He gave up the pawn. Magnus got exactly what he wanted.
Yes, he did. An extra pawn and an ending, and he loves grinding. This is not everybody's cup of tea. Queen and pawn endgames are notorious. It's what the Soviets used to call the fourth phase of the game. So as we all know, chess has three phases: openings, middle games, endings. And then the Soviets said that the queen endings are the fourth phase.
Oh, wow.
And what they meant by this is all the rules that you read about where queen and endings are concerned, you throw them out. You throw them out. It is a different phase of the game altogether. And I remember the 2-volume of Alexander Alekhine's book, they're right over there behind me, that I grew up as a kid. And he was explaining that he was a pawn down in this queen and pawn ending, and he was worse. But then when he was 2 pawns down, his position had improved incredibly. And when he was 3 pawns down, he was winning. And the idea was that he had a passer that was of greater quality than the 3 pawns that he was behind. So queen and pawn endgames are, just a different class of endings altogether. And they're very, very, very difficult to comprehend. A lot of ideas that you have about strategical play, and we're going to do this and we're going to do that.
So in a nutshell, let's just put it this way. White wants to trade queens. Black is not going to do it.
Of course.
Black wants to deliver a perpetual check.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. And
how do you do it? That's the question. You bring the king to trade the queens. The king is exposed. You get a lot of checks.
Right.
All right. So I guess we go back to the...
I would not be surprised. I would be surprised if Magnus didn't win it, because he's an extra pawn and he's in his, this is what he does so well. He takes down his grandmaster opposition.
Yeah, this is going to be a long game, but Black is doing everything fine. Like centralize the queen, everything you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
So move forward the extra 30 minutes for Georg Mayer. Let's just jump to the
By the way,
Netherlands match.
By the way, why doesn't this move just win a second pawn? If I take on a7, I'm brutally disgusting. The idea is you check me on d1, I go king h2. You check me on d6, I go king h1. You check me on d1, I go queen g1.
Oh, wow.
Ha 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 ha. I'm 2 pawns up and no perpet.
And queen a1. Or
Yes.
queen e3 even.
Yeah, just trying to, queen d4 as well.
Queen
I'm just
d4,
trying to, I'm just trying to protect my extra treasures, the precious.
Right. Actually, that's a good question.
Why don't I take a pawn? I didn't see the immediate perpetual, the refutation to queen takes a7.
Maybe queen d2? No, queen f2.
Queen f2. I keep my extra 2 pawns. King h6, queen takes. Sorry, I mean, I didn't see why White's not 2 pawns up and then Georg can resign with a clear conscience.
Maybe this is the way. Queen d1, queen d2, threatening to win the pawn, queen f4, queen c1, queen f4. Maybe this is some kind of draw. But is it obvious? Not at all.
Not at all. Even here, I'm not exactly sure I follow. If I play, for argument's sake, okay, b4, and you check me and you do all of those nasty things, right? And I go queen f1. Well, here, sorry, I think I should have my pawn on b3. So that I would have queen, b3, check, take a3, and I have queen e3 check. Now, the question is, can I pick up the b5 pawn before anything untoward happened? Yes.
It doesn't look like a straight line to me.
Exactly. We're again in that fifth phase dimension of illegal moves and stuff. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this, but our world champion for sure is enjoying what he does best, grinding his opponents.
Yeah, this is going to be definitely a long game. I won't be surprised that Magnus is going to win it. It's a tough start for him as well. He arrived at, when was it? I think it was only yesterday, right? Or day before yesterday. He was not there with the entire team from the start. I think so. I read it on Twitter again. It's my main source of info.
He had travel issues. He missed a flight or here in Europe, by the way, and in Atlanta, when I was just recently, I came from St. Louis, the airports have been packed, just packed across the board. It's like everybody wants to travel now that the pandemic restrictions are being lifted, and suddenly, wow, everybody is trying to depart.
Right.
So
but this I don't like this decision to be honest, by Mayer, because there was no need to do that. There is no need, because b5, it's understandable. He wants to push forward those pawns, but it feels that he simply blundered this idea, Yasser, this queen a7, queen g1. It's not intentional. I don't think so.
It's an easy move to blunder, especially since the king is already sitting on g1. It's hard to visualize that. Wait a minute, there's a queen g1, and your king is actually sitting on g1, a blocking queen. So yeah, these queen endings. It was the worst moment for me as a commentator by far. It was a round of the Tata Steel chess festival where Anish Giri, the local hero, was a pawn up in a queen ending against Wesley So. And I couldn't leave the game, but it was already, seriously, it's not a joke, like 7 hours of commentary. And I was going stir crazy. And this queen ending was just awful. So I said, I apologize to the audience. This is really, really bad, but I'm going to turn on the engine because I just can't make heads or tails out of this. And of course, I turn on the engine and it says plus 47.
Oh,
Anish is completely winning. End of story. He makes a single move and it goes 0-0-0.
which
And
is
then
a
Wesley, Wesley responds and it's plus 47. Like a ping pong match, this is what happened. Like 8 consecutive moves in a row. And I was like, I'm sorry.
but that's the thing about end games, right?
Yeah.
They don't have this huge question mark assigned to the move. They look normal moves, but the weight of the quality of the move is very high.
Yes, that was terrible. My worst nightmare. And of course, because it was for first place, I couldn't leave the game until, Anish had finally won it. And when he won it, he was just sort of like kind of stunned that he had won it too. Where did I go wrong? Anyway, okay, sorry, let's jump to some of the more...
I wanted to finish checking Netherlands because I noticed a fellow Chesscom commentator and streamer, Benjamin Bok, playing for Team Netherlands. He is doing great. So all Dutch fans rejoice.
Yes.
This is... Wait, what? It's an extra queen. How come?
Yeah, something's wrong with the transmission there because that is an extra queen.
Albert, I think this is legit position.
Right. And queen takes e8, knight takes e8. That would be reasonable.
Yeah, I think this is what happened.
Yeah, I think there was
Queen e8, knight e8.
Like I said, some of the old DGT boards, if you slid your queen from e1 all the way down to e8, it might get stuck on e4, it might get stuck on e7, and it would register such moves. But
all right, I have to call it back. No good news for Dutch fans. So Benjamin is still fighting, but it's not winning.
It is advantage white, no question. Lev Polygaevsky, blah, blah, blah. He loved these positions as white. He put his bishop on d3, he put his pawn on g4, and he put his pawn on b3, and he'd magically maneuver his white knight on c3 to some marvelous square, let's say c8. And black would not move and would die the most awful deaths.
Just put that out of g7, do nothing, right?
Well, it's not that easy. If I get my knight to c8, your knight on g7 might have to defend d6. And it's like kind of funny. And he did this to a lot of players too, by the way. A wonderful book, strongly recommended, Grandmaster Preparation by Lev Polygaevsky. Quite a remarkable chess character and really a top player in his day.
Right. All right. One more board for Team Netherlands, and it's Max Warmerdam. I believe he's also a second of Anish Giri, who is not playing here today. And Max has become himself a very strong player, already 2600. He's young.
I was going to say he's making his debut, I believe. But you're right. He's definitely fast improving, and black is definitely enjoying everything there is to enjoy about the position.
But there's a Zugzwang. I think it's a literal Zugzwang, because if white has to make a move like a g4, things are very bad.
Exactly.
This rook is not moving. King is stuck to defend the knight. The knight is stuck to defend the pawn.
Right.
How do you move? g4, h6, g5, resign.
Correct.
Almost.
Yeah.
Not a single move.
what you were saying there, the rook is stuck to the b pawn, the king is stuck to the knight is stuck to the d4 pawn. It reminded me of a game that we used to play, Anatomy, where it was like foot bone connected to the knee bone connected to the thigh bone. The skeleton. G5, Max looking great.
Yeah, this is a great move. G5, it's even better than h6, because now after h4,
You can even take it.
yeah, you just take it. And at h4, thank you, sir, for the pawn with the check. I just go back, enjoy
Yeah.
the spoils of the war.
Absolutely, absolutely. Black is looking great, and winning with black, that will endear you not only to your teammates but to your team captain. And it's very important that you get your team captain on your side. When the team captain is on your side, you get to play. When the team captain hates your guts, you got a problem.
Yeah,
You're going to be riding the pine for a long time.
indeed. All right, what do? We move on. And there's
Yes.
one more team I would like to check, because
Please.
yesterday we didn't get the chance. Today we still have time. The second time control is approaching rapidly. For some already it's there. It's a team Ukraine. I want to check how they're doing,
Oh,
really.
Of course. Definitely. Please.
Team Ukraine is playing today against Albania. Obviously, they're big favorites. Albania actually also have some pretty good players. And Anton Korobov lately has become the leader of the team. Actually, I'm not sure who else is playing for Team Ukraine. I would have to.
I saw in the Twitter that Vasily Ivanchuk did not make the team.
Right.
And that was like a great tragedy because, he's such a competitor. We want him. Is Ruslan Ponomaryov? Is
No,
Alyona?
actually, no. I wanted to mention that. I was thinking maybe either Ivanchuk or Ponomaryov are there, but no, it's Korobov, Volokitin, Kozubov, Shevchenko, and Onishuk. This is their lineup.
Okay.
Very strong team either way.
Still, no question. But yeah, Ruslan Ponomaryov and Vasily Ivanchuk have been competitors for ages and ages on the Ukraine team. This position
It's kind of
Well,
finished, yeah.
Yeah, it's like resigns, right? I mean,
Yeah,
this
Black
last
won
one,
the game.
Queen C4 was a killer shot.
And this is the second board of Team Ukraine. Yuri Kozubov. He has an extra pawn. How do you win this? Because Black is pretty active here.
Truly, I would be very surprised if White was to win this. In fact, Rook F6, Rook takes B4, Bishop takes C6 is a liquidation that's not going to bring a great deal of success. So King B1, King G1, I guess inviting King G6. What are the ramifications of that one?
I have no idea.
Interesting. You'd have to analyze Rook F6 check, King G5, Rook F7, Rook B4, and go down those waters. I still suspect that a lot of liquidation will Black should safely manage to draw. By the way, now that we're on the Ukraine team, I know our glorious production staff, they like it when we call them glorious, by the way.
They have a special video for you. Check it out.
Yeah, I've made a profile of the Ukrainian ladies team.
Perched as the 2 seed, Ukraine's women's team is the only squad in either the open or the women's section with the luxury of carrying more than one world champion. Loaded with talent, this team has also dealt with adversity, rising above the difficulties in their home country and leaning on support from the chess community to get to India. One world champion on this squad is the formidable Mariya Muzychuk. Crowned world champion in 2015, Mariya will play the top board. Mariya isn't the only talented player in her family. Her sister Anna is the highest rated second board amongst the women's teams. Ukraine's hopes in Chennai will rest heavily on the power of the Muzychuk's 1-2 punch. On board 3 is Anna Ushenina, the other world champion in Ukraine's lineup. The team's most experienced player at age 36, Ushenina captured her world title 10 years ago. Now a decade removed from that success, she remains a pesky matchup for any opponent. In contrast to Ushenina, the youngest players on this squad are the international masters Yulia Osmak and Natalia Buksa. Each of these up-and-coming competitors round out this solid top-to-bottom roster, making Ukraine one of the favorites. The only team in the Women's Olympiad with 3 Grandmasters, Ukraine looks poised to bring home a medal for the first time since 2006. A national victory for Ukraine would doubtless be sweeter than ever before.
Well, for sure. I
Beautiful
definitely
profile.
hope this is going to happen, that they're going to bring some medals at home. And since we watched this video, I think that after the men's team going through the games, what we could do, Yasser, we could jump into the ladies tournament. We could start with the
Let's do it.
Ukraine. Otherwise, why do we play this video?
Exactly.
Right.
And hopefully we don't get a face plant by bringing up their games. And let's see how the Ukrainian ladies are doing in today's matchup.
I'll just wrap up the men's team. And Kirill Shevchenko has won his game with the black color. So he is really in a great shape. And look at that. This is actually a surprise. What? There's no game, but if we can trust the transmission, then Onyshuk has lost with white. Is this possible?
Whoa.
There's no game.
You're saying a forfeit? Now,
I don't believe it, to be honest.
One of the things that had happened first of all, they change the rules all the time. I know it's shocking, but it's true. They change the rules of chess all the time. What do I have in mind? The rule I have in mind was zero tolerance. So the idea of the zero tolerance rule was very simple. If at the sound of the gong and the arbiter presses your clock, you're not sitting at the board, you're forfeited. In the old days, it used to be if you're not sitting at the board and they press your clock starts ticking. And if you come in an hour late, 60 minutes late, you were forfeited and you would lose. So if you come running into the playing hall 30 minutes late, well, your penalty was that you lost 30 minutes. So the zero tolerance rule was hated by arbiters, hated by captains, because gosh knows, there's 1,000 reasons you couldn't get through security. You just couldn't get through security. The security line was so great, so deep, that the zero tolerance rule and you were forfeited. So I don't know if the zero tolerance rule is still in effect or if it's something modified.
Maybe just a relay is missing there for this
and
game.
Maybe it's just a relay. Yeah,
I don't really know. We are going to get back to you with this later, but I think the team Ukraine, the men's team, are going to win this. So let's jump into the ladies section and
after
check
the profile. Sure. By the way, you're familiar with the zero tolerance rule as far as the Olympiads. Like in your Olympiads, did you have that rule and you were
when I played?
Conscious of it? Yeah.
I never really experienced, meaning like on the wrong side.
Okay.
Against me. So yeah. But look at this. I mean, Mariya is about to lose this.
Oh, no question about it. We saw when we left, we saw that there was going to be, like bees to honey. That pawn on G7 was really White's focus. And look what White has done. The rook is on G7, the pawn is on F6, the bishop is on C3. There's another rook on E7. So we can say it like this: G7 was conquered.
Yeah, G7 was conquered. You cannot take it because this is the end of the game.
Right.
The bishop protects the rook. You cannot do that. But the rook on D7 is under attack. I guess you remove it, and now there should be some kind of a mate.
Absolutely. Somehow. It's shocking that it just doesn't go immediately mate, like bam.
Maybe I just take it and give a mate here.
Yes.
Check here. That's it.
That's it. Rook H8. Yep.
Muzychuk is losing That's the news. So what
That's
are their
it.
teammates doing there? Let me check very quickly.
Yeah.
Anna Osenina, she needs to fight back. She sees what's happening at the top board, and she is doing really well.
Absolutely. White's majority on the queen side / center is huge, whereas conversely on the other side, the black structure, no candidate passer c5 c6 looks like a win.
This looks
It'll
like a
play,
win to me.
yeah,
Yeah.
it'll play itself.
Looks like strategically winning position. So this means that Ukraine is not losing it immediately. Yulia Osmak won her game. I think this we already mentioned some time ago. She was the first one to score a point, and this is the fourth game for Team Ukraine against Turkey. Natalia Buksova with black color is clearly dominating. So
Absolutely.
yeah, this means most likely 3-1
3-1.
victory for Team Ukraine.
Exactly. You never like to see your first board lose, but if your first board is going to lose and 3 other teammates win, well, that's still a victory.
Then you give the player a rest, right?
Exactly. Kick
Some
him
sort
out
of
of the
punishment.
lineup. Right. Exactly so. Like, what
Don't
are
you come
doing?
back tomorrow?
Right. You go get your rest. You know,
Uh-huh.
that happened to me once. You know that, right? I mean, I was the team captain for the rest of the world. There was Russia versus the rest of the world, 2002, Moscow. And on my team was Judith Polgar. And the idea was we were playing 4 games of rapid chess a day. And I pulled Judith off the team and I said, Judith, you're not playing today in these rounds. I want you to work with Victor Korchnoi the whole day, and I want you to play 1 game and 1 game only. She was furious at me. She was, and I said, I want you to prepare for the game with Garry Kasparov, and I want you to hit him really, really hard in the 4th game of the day. And I want you to work with Victor. Now go do that. So she was angry. She destroyed Garry. Destroyed Garry. I was standing behind her and she got up and she jumped into my arms. I was holding Judith in the air and she's looking at me with bright eyes. She says, I'm back in business, right? I'm back in business. Yes, Judith, you're back in business. Nice.
That's
like-
legit, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ask her. It was great, and the rest of the world team had the effrontery to beat the Russians on their home turf. So the closing ceremonies where we got our medals and where the Russians got their medals, it was
Yeah.
the applause was very, shall we say, muted. not a happy home crowd. Okay, what do we got? Next.
Yeah. Team Ukraine wins. Maybe go back to
3-1.
the
Yep.
Indian team. There's also some other teams we have to check, like Georgia is one of the favorites of the Open tournament.
Absolutely.
Maybe let's very quickly check again. Koneru. Just a second. Let me try to find it.
The Georgian ladies, by the way, have had such a history, my gosh, spanning many, many, many decades. And I remember Gaprindashvili coming to Lone Pine, California and winning a major tournament in America, one of the great victories of ladies players. And of course, not Gaprindashvili, the lady who won, not Nona. Shame on me. I will remember her name. She was one of the youngest world champions, women in the history of women's world champions from Georgia. Yeah, wait. Come on. I need my chat to bail me out here. Come on, chat. You can do it.
The chat says you have the best stories.
But I need I see her face. She came to Seattle. She was a wonderful lady. Come on. Help me.
Somebody from Seattle, I guess.
No. From
I mean,
the
somebody from Seattle was watching
Lady
it.
Georgia. Yeah. Okay, I'll think about it. What do you have for us as I think about
Yeah.
the lady?
Well, this is going totally wrong for Conero because she had this amazing space advantage.
It's actually, she had everything, actually. Never
Everything.
mind
And
just
then
space
suddenly
advantage.
Black decided, I'm not going to bow down. I'm going to fight back. And there you go. So Black just improved all of his pieces. The knight on e5, bishop on f6, they're monstrous pieces. So here Conero decided to complicate matters with knight e6, d takes, clearly indicating with bishop d5. And Black just does take over the game.
What?
Yep.
Shocking.
I choose Black already.
Wow.
This
And
pawn is not going anywhere. So for example, queen goes away. You need to watch out for g4. You need to watch out for queen h6, g4. You need to watch out for some of the dogs with weaknesses. This pawn is blocked. It's not going anywhere.
but wait a minute. Bishop to d5, queen f5 could be on White's agenda. I mean, I'm really stunned because this is a really huge turnaround from where we left the position. We thought Humpy was for choice all day long, and now, wow, we're just having to readjust.
Yeah, maybe
our
even g4
sides.
right away. There could be some mate ideas.
Truly, no.
Oops.
This is horrifying. No, this is not what Humpy wanted. Not at all.
So what does it mean for Team India? Let me check. Because Humpy appears to be, I mean, let's not call it in trouble.
But with some concerns.
Some concern. Team
Yeah.
Argentina is fighting really hard.
Absolutely.
But Vaishali has got things under control. She has 2 extra pawns. So I don't think that this is where Azerbaijan is going to score a point.
By the way, this move knight c3 is really a nasty move because there's a knight b1 check fork that I hadn't recognized initially when we got to that position. But knight b1 check, oof.
Yeah,
that's a hurtful.
that
move.
hurts the feelings. Yeah.
Yeah, big time. Ouch.
Ouchie.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, Tanya Sachdev has won her game.
Wow.
We
2
briefly
victories
checked
in a
it.
row.
Yeah. She is on fire.
Mm.
And let me check the 4th board. Bhakti Kulkarni is playing her game against Maria Belen Sarkis.
Mm.
And Black is just much better here.
That move h2, h3 really makes a visual impression. G takes h3, rook g8 is hurtful. And if you allow that pawn to live on h3, yes, that was what I saw, and I stopped. But if you play a move like g3, this pawn on h3 is always at the neck of the white king. Yikes.
I think Black is going to win this. So Team India is set to win it. So maybe let's also check Georgia's game, and
Please.
not the game, but the entire match. And then we're going to go another break and jump in right back to the open section. What do you think, Yasser?
Brilliant. I'm all for it, Artis.
All righty.
You had me at the word break.
Nana Zagnidze is playing against Olena Martinkova and won the game. So that's Team Georgia against Lithuania.
Mhm. Okay.
Our brothers. Do you know? Actually, Latvia, Lithuania, we're very, very close.
Yeah, the Baltic states.
Yeah, Baltic states. I mean, okay, Baltic states, sure, but it's Latvia, Lithuania, we're like
Estonia.
other countries. It's like USA and Canada, no?
Yeah, except we got
Except
issues
no.
with the Canadians. We don't just They beat us in hockey. You know, it's not. The relationship isn't as good as it should be. Speaking of relationships, too, we will have to just double check on Eric Hansen only because our chess bra brother was. I'm not going to say dire straits, but he seemed to be suffering out of the opening there. So just wanted to check in on Eric once we
We're
get
going to
the
do
chance.
that.
Yeah, after this,
After
and then
the
we'll
break.
do our break. Yeah.
Camila Baginskaitik has made a draw against Leila Yakolashvili with a white collar. That is the second board. The third board, Melia Salome, let me find it, has won the game against Salome Zaksaite. So this means that Team Georgia already has won the match.
Okay.
And finally, the fourth board, Mariya Rabidze is still fighting.
When we opened up the show, you promised me that there might be some upsets, match upsets, not just individual, but match upsets. Do we
I
have?
say that.
Do we have any match upsets?
We have it on the video, yeah?
Yeah,
Well, I guess they're still coming.
they're still coming. Okay. Very,
Because
very
we're not seeing, I mean, some individual upsets, sure, slightly unexpected, like Mariya Muzychuk losing right now to Turkey.
Exactly.
But Team Ukraine's going to win it. But
3-1. Right?
team-wise, not so far. No.
Not so far. Okay.
Yeah.
Just asking. Yeah.
All right, let's go for a break, something like a couple of minutes.
Sounds
Hope
like a
you,
plan.
yeah, dear viewers, hope you're enjoying it so far. Again, interesting insights or questions or general remarks about the Olympiad, or you want to help out Yasser, refreshing his memory about this event he was trying to tell
Right.
in Seattle, you can help it out. But we're going to see you in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned.
host nation, India, also happens to be the top seed in this year's Women's Olympiad. Surprisingly, India has never medaled in this event, but the time to do so is now with their top women's squad, Team A. 2011 World Championship finalist Humpy Kanero leads this team. She's the highest rated player in the entire women's event. Because Kanero will be favored in every matchup, Team India's success likely depends on a great result for her on board 1. But India's chances by no means end with Humpy. India has one of the strongest second boards in the event as well, Harika Dronavalli. A 3-time third-place finisher in the Women's World Championship, Dronavalli is likely to be a key contributor to success in Chennai. Vaishali Rameshbabu is the third board for India and is by far the youngest member of India's top women's team. For playing board 3, Vaishali earned some bragging rights over her brother, Pragnananda, who plays a fourth board in the open event. On this team, the fourth board belongs to commentator extraordinaire Tanya Sajdev. In fact, Sajdev has represented her country in every Olympiad since 2008. In 2012, she even won the individual bronze medal for her board. The experienced Bhakti Kulkarni completes the tournament's highest-rated roster. A medal may be unprecedented, but with a squad this strong, gold is clearly the goal for India's women's Team A.
Welcome to India. The game of chess was born here. Thousands of years later, many of the world's best players have made the trek to represent their countries at the 44th Chess Olympiad, the most prestigious team chess event on the planet. In Chennai, the chess capital of India, circumstance has cleared the way for perhaps more countries than ever to set their sights on gold. India has high hopes for keeping the hardware at home. A top 3 seed in the open and the top seed in the women's section, the host country has legitimate reasons to believe it can sweep gold. The United States are the top seed in the open section. Fabiano Caruana and Team USA have come to Chennai saddled with heavy expectations of gold or bust. Norway has never medaled at the Olympiad. Featuring the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen leads a Norwegian squad looking to change its country's fortunes. While medals count, some accomplishments won't be measured in gold. The women's team from Ukraine has overcome adversity just to make it here. Now they hope to honor their nation with a memorable performance. Namaste, dosto. In one place for the first time in 4 years, these Olympians are together again. The 44th Olympiad has brought the world's best to the place the game of chess began. And with that, let today's games begin.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the FIDE Chess Olympiad. Hi, I'm Yasser, along with Arturs. We've been having a little bit too much fun.
Yeah. This is what happens when you're watching so many exciting games.
We truly are. And we have Team USA. Guess what? Giving up 2 draws thus far. We lead 2-1 over Paraguay. with one game left. It was the game of Wesley So. And if you remember, Arturs, at the time that we left the Wesley So game, we actually liked his position. Even though he was playing black, we thought he had the advantage. Is that still the case?
Right. There's a question, by the way, in the chat about Team USA chances.
Yes.
The featured chat, by the way, dear viewers, you can use it from time to time, ask something exciting, and our producers will bring it up. What do you think about? Are they doing well? I think so, right? There's no need to be concerned right now, because as long as they win, as long as they are winning the matches, even by minimal score, it's fine.
Absolutely. It's all about winning the matches and just going on to the next match and the next match. And the tough part about these Olympiads, and I saw it time and time again with the Soviets and the Russian teams, being the favorite isn't that easy. Even those teams of Kasparov and Karpov, you'll recall in 1978, the Hungarian team upset the Soviets to win the gold in Buenos Aires. In Malta, the Soviet team barely won over the Hungarians by some tiebreaker that featured a game between Scotland and Greece. So it's not easy being the team favorites, and sometimes the favorites do run away with it. And for the moment, I'm happy that Team USA has been able to win its matches. This one game in front of us that we're looking at, Wesley So, he's got these queenside pawns, and it's that simple.
They're extra.
Yeah. If you get to play C3, C2 in combination with B4, B3, you got to resign, which means that White has got to bring home the bacon based on some ideas of D6 and, this queen, somehow along, ideas of D6 and Rook D5, and you just hope that, well, you manage to check the Black King in such an awkward way, but I don't see it. So let's imagine, it's even black to move. Oh, that's
it's even black
worse. That makes it even worse. Sorry, I was thinking that White was about to play D6 and Rook D5 and hope for the best. And in the meanwhile, the C pawn just marched gallantly home. Oops.
Yeah, that looks very, very bad for White.
Very bad. And Wesley, in front of the camera there, you can see that's not the look of a man who is worried about his position. Sorry. I was thinking that it was White to move, and White was going to play D6 and Rook D5. And I don't know, on a good day, Queen G6 and Rook takes B5. But C3, and as they say in the New Orleans, the Saints go marching in. B4 and C3. Wesley should win, and that will give America 3-1. How is the Indian Open team doing? We've talked about
let's check them. Let's check them. I just need to find them first. I see that on the top board, Pentala Harikrishna has beat Ivan Shitko.
Nice.
That is their top board. Not really sure what happened in the middle game. We didn't really get a lot of chances to look at the game.
Mm-hmm.
Let me try to pull up the second board. Arjun Erigaisi has made a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
1.5 at the moment.
Yeah, I guess there's not much to see. 1.5 and a half. That was the result. Another game. Just a second. It's a bit difficult to find immediately because there's something like 1,500 games.
I understand. It's
absolutely,
and you've got to just find the right match and then go to all of these games. And oops, that last move,
Kamitavici with White has lost against Narayanan. So this means that India already won
the match 2.5 with 1 game remaining.
And finally, Krishna and Sashiki Iran. It appears to be that he's still playing. and he has this position against Julian Baltag. And
You're
he's
not
winning
going to
as
tell
well.
me the bathtub pawn structure you're
Oh
once
my God.
for?
Here we go again.
I never heard of the bathtub before I
No?
met you, Archers, and now
But
the bathtub everywhere I look, there's a bathtub.
But I was doing another commentary with another fellow commentator and a lady, and she mentioned to me that this is a bathtub, and there was even a super bathtub, and I was so flabbergasted about this entire concept. So I really appreciate it, really. So learn new things every day.
Yeah, well, I mean, what I could offer, and I really want our audience to jump in on this one, because I'm old school, and I was raised with the chess informants, and the chess informants had this languageless way of annotation. So they had these symbols like triangles and a square. A square meant a forced move. It was the only move. And a triangle meant, well, white's idea, the idea is to play this. So they have this languageless symbols to annotate games. And I thought that the chess informant should have introduced a pillow. A pillow. And what does the pillow, whenever you see a pillow, it means that you've achieved a dream position.
Really?
White has a dream position, and you could go to sleep.
First impression, I thought it's smothered mate.
Oh, well, that's a different way. We should make a symbol for that. So I'm saying to the audience, I mean, I want you all to write to the people, the good folks in Belgrade, and say, hey, come on, we need a pillow for the chess notations, and what any other emojis that the chat can come up with. We're ready. We're ready to petition for change, revolution.
All right.
Right.
I mean, this looks to be completely winning for Sashkaran, right? I think 95
Absolutely.
is just push forward. You need to guard the 7th rank, and this is crazy. There might be mate ideas with knight of 6.
And don't forget about the rook. Look, the rook. Yeah. Yeah, this is all one play on one goal, as they say in soccer.
I think if I spotted this in 1 minute, for Sashikaran, it was about half a minute. So usually when you're playing a classical game, he played e5. Look at that.
Whoa, what? Say what? E5. So
E5?
rook takes E5. I guess he's just going to go rook D7 check and take that pawn. And by the way, the knight and the king make a beautiful impression of covering all the business squares down the E file. So I appreciate this very much, but boy, knight C3 to E5. My goodness, how do you not play? How do you restrict, physically stop yourself from making that move? Once your brain sees it, you can't let it go. Knight D5, but this looks very
good.
Who's the favorite to win the Olympiad? Well, that's the feature in chat, but the answer is pretty obvious. America, Team USA, no question about it. And then, unless they stumble, that's going to be the case in the open section, and in the lady section. No
Obviously,
question.
India also a big favorite in any section.
Yeah, as long as they don't stumble, they're the dominant ones to win. But between the cup and the lip, many a drop has slipped, said Shakespeare.
Right.
Where will we go?
Well, Team India is going to win this. So it appears to be United States of America is winning. Probably Wesley Saw is going to bag his position to a victory. Yep. So maybe we have to go back to Team Norway, because it's not only the world champion playing, but there's some other very strong grandmasters. How are they doing, actually?
Absolutely. Let's find out.
So once again, Magnus's game.
When we left it, he was a pawn up in a queen ending. He is now still a pawn up, but instead of there was 2 versus 1 on the king side. It's 2 versus none. And I'm sorry to say that there's a bar right in front of, to the side of the black queen, and the bar says equal.
Totally equal.
Yeah, but again, the bar is the computer is looking at something like 12 ply variations, just instantly 12 ply variations.
Yes, sir. You're probably immediately gonna correct me, but I think there were some endgames with the queen endgames, even with the H and G pawn.
Yeah,
It was a draw.
yeah, this was like one of the most phenomenal articles I ever read in my life. It was by Dr. John Nunn. And Dr. John Nunn was looking at table bases, and he couldn't believe his eyes. The table base said there was a white queen, and there was 2 extra pawns on the king side, G4, H4, versus nothing.
Yeah.
And John had just said, well, obviously white wins. He's 2 pawns up. And these table bases said draw. And he wrote this article in New in Chess magazine about this. And he tasered every chess grandmaster in the world because we were shocked by his conclusions. And the crazy part is this exact position on the board that you're seeing. If you take away the B5 pawn from black, it's a draw.
Maybe
like,
somehow, right?
Right. And no grandmaster wanted to believe John. And in fact, we all wanted to beat him up. But rules of chess and stuff like that, etiquette, we didn't. But it was a really amazing discovery by Dr. John Nunn. And fortunately for me, I never had to defend the endgame or win it with the extra 2 pawns.
Only thing I have to mention, maybe not everybody knows what is a table base. So table base, it's like you give the supercomputer calculate every single possible position, every single possible move with what's the latest 7 pieces, right?
Right, it's almost getting to 8, but yes,
almost getting to 8. So it's 7 pieces on the board. Every single possible placement, every single piece, everything has been calculated. So that means 7-piece table base, meaning you have 7 pieces or less, including the kings. They're also pieces. You put it on in the engine, and it's going to say immediately what's going on here.
Exactly.
Immediately. So imagine yesterday, what do you think it's going to be in which century? 25th, 26th, when we are going to have 32-piece
table bases. And then, the more atoms in the universe, more moves rather than in the game of chess than there are atoms in the universe. So the memory of the computer that holds that is going to be an extraordinary computer. Not in our time, Arthur. Not in our time. We don't have to worry. We're safe. We can still use our minds. Now, speaking of using our minds and trying to, do not look at the bar, what are the 2 players thinking? Magnus knows about the John Nunn, as does Jörg Meyer, but you've got to still defend the position. And so you just saw this move, Queen F5 hit you. You're not playing King H6 and walking into checkmating.
Well, I think that Meyer suspects it's a draw. I'm sure he knows. If I heard it, you know it. Yeah. He definitely heard it as well, because we chess professionals, we do follow what's going on in the chess world. And if there's some kind of a major discovery like this John Nunn's article, he knows it. And the only question is, how do you make the draw? I mean, how? Because you know it, that's one thing, but you have to show it on the board.
Exactly. And what's going through their minds right now? So from Magnus's point of view, it's very simple. He would like to make incremental progress. King H3, G3, G4, King H4. Put the queen on E5, king to G5, and somehow just press. Your He wants to go queen h4 check, queen e1 check, make his perpetual, and get out of the building as fast as he can.
Yes, sir. I think I saw a question in the teacher
Sure,
chat.
please.
Where was it again? Let me bring it up in a moment.
How do you win this? No, sorry.
Yeah. Where was it again? Is the winner decided by points or whatever was the end, or bracket?
I'm not sure what bracket means.
Me
Points
neither.
Pardon? It's Swiss. It's a Swiss. So the idea is that the Olympics is kind of broken down into these sections of, developing countries and stuff like that. But it's a Swiss pairing system. And then you're going to have people playing for gold medals in the category 4, 3, 2, 1. And but it's Swiss pairings.
Right.
That points decide.
So the best players, they get 2 points. The best teams in the next round, they're playing against other teams who have 2 points. They win, they get 4 points. And next round, they're playing against other teams who have 4 points, 6 points, 8 points. In the end, so calculate yourselves. I mean, something like round 4, 5, 6. Inevitably, you're going to get flashes of the leaders.
That's exactly right. That's exactly the way it goes. And again, in the older days, there was nowhere near this many teams. So it would be nice to put, for example, a round robin of 10 teams, and you'd have 3, 4 round robins, and then the top teams would go to some kind of playoffs. And that was all very nice. And those Olympiads were actually much longer than the modern Olympiads of today, which are, 11 rounds. My Olympiads that I started playing in were 13, and much smaller fields. So, favorites like the Soviet Union and, let's just argument's sake, say United States, we might have played each other as early as round 8, and we still have 5 games to go, 5 rounds to go. And it was a sprint against the other teams.
I'm actually quite surprised to see that Delgado Ramirez against Wesley, so it's a draw.
What?
Yes, it's a draw. This is what I get here. Is it really true?
What? Seriously? That's when we left it, we thought Wesley was just going to push him, baby, push the pawns home. We left it not here.
Is it really true? Because this is the result we get. Maybe this is still unofficial. Maybe let's wait for that. That's the result I got here. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest.
I'm shocked. When we left it, there was a bishop on e7, and we thought that Wesley was about to play the move c4, c3, and we didn't think there was any way that white could possibly stop these pawns. Again, if you go back, the queen was on d8, the bishop was on e7, and we were looking at some kind of hope. Yeah, one more move. So the bishop, once again, was on e7.
Just even before. Yeah.
Yeah, right here. We were thinking that black was going to go b4, c3, and white was going to have to play d6 and hope for the best. And there wasn't much to hope. We were looking at ideas of rook d5 and queen g6, amongst others. So Wesley played bishop c5 check instead. And then thought he was forcing the trade of queens when he wasn't.
Well, that's really interesting.
That's
not sure. Maybe he just clinched the victory for Team United States, right? Because again, we are going to be back to this game a bit later to confirm the results. But
okay,
if he draws, it's a victory for Team United States.
Exactly.
That's all that
we get
matters.
2 points, and we get
That's
2
all
points.
that matters. Yeah,
for
all
the
that
team
matters
victory.
is win the
Yeah.
game. Because imagine yourself, for example, Wesley is playing here. He's thinking only about himself. He's trying to score those, 2 yellow points, and he loses against some counterattack. It's match 2-2, and then everybody in the team just
Yeah, and then we only
you.
get one point for the result. And this goes back to a whole argument that Larsen was making ages and ages ago, And the idea was from Bent Larsen is he didn't want the Olympiad rated by the chess rating of the FIDE because it's an individual sport. Chess is obviously individual sport, but when you play for a team, you make this consequent decision like Wesley might have done and said, okay, I should make a draw and it will cost me 2 rating points, but I confirm my team's victory. And Bent Larsen would say, yeah, but now the guy loses 2 rating points and you do that over 10 rounds, it's a lot of rating points.
Different story, yeah?
Yeah. And should we be rating a team event when it's an individual sport? So it was an interesting concept, and I supported Bent with the idea that he would play for Denmark one day, and he never did. And it was like, okay, so Team USA goes on. Do we have other matches concluded?
I wanted to wrap up
Yeah.
before Team Norway, how they're doing against Paraguay, because I mean, I saw Wesley's game being finished in the list. That's why I
I see.
slightly changed the
And
the
Norway
pace.
Norway leads 2-0 with Uruguay. As we know, Magnus Carlsen is trying to finagle a win
Right.
with an extra pawn.
So maybe let's check Jon Ludvig Hammer's game.
Indeed.
Where is he? There he is. Yeah, I think Team Norway is gonna do it. 3-1, 3.5 against half a point.
Wait a minute. I'm seeing a position you're showing me. Black seems to be a rook ahead.
No,
What? I got a
looks
rook.
just fine.
Pardon?
There's a rook on G2.
You're right. I just assumed that was a pawn. It wasn't the bathtub. I'm used to the bathtub. Get out of here. There's a rook on G2. Apologies.
Yeah, that's not a pawn. That's a rook. It's
Dang.
5 times more. All right.
5 times
I love
more.
this
I get it.
position for white. I mean, so weaknesses, put the knight on C3. I think
Mhm.
Hammer is gonna do it. He looks really good.
Yep. Okay. Fair.
He's very strong in these simple positional games. Team Norway looks confident, 2-0 right now. So
Yeah.
Magnus can slightly relax.
With superior positions on the remaining board. Yasser hung a rook. You're absolutely right there in chat. Dang. Rook on G2. That was kind of disappeared into the pawn structure. Dang. So that's where too much experience, knowing too much about the pawn structure, R2s can be a negative.
All right. Well, maybe let's check Spain against Belgium.
By all means, when we left it, Spain had like a big 3-0 lead, I believe. Spain was doing good.
Shira beat Darda.
Okay. That's one.
I guess the reason is 3 extra pawns.
That's a good reason.
Muzychuk, let me find him. Muzychuk beat Stefan Dox. Also the same reason.
The extra pawns, 3 of them.
All right. Pawns do matter.
They certainly do.
Anton Guyaro on board 3. He's pressing. I think it's about equal. I mean, the bar obviously says it's equal.
Right. But you also, you kind of look at the active, whose pieces are more active, and your first impressions are like, well, the Black King makes a strong impression. And if you got to go H5, but jury's still out for me. I see a 3-result game. Maybe a draw is the favorite, but I can see a 3-result game still in this.
I mean, if White plays H takes, he says, I'm happy with a draw. If White plays H5, it means I want more.
Right. Yeah, you're right. H4 takes G5. I'm not going to argue that one. That's a good that's very, very good.
Even some ideas like this.
And now that you mentioned the Spanish team, and I see in the chat, Alexei Shirov is Spanish. Boy, that's a tough one for me to swallow, because for me, Alexei Shirov was a great player before he went to Spain, right? And I mean, he's lived many, many, many years in Spain, and he certainly has every right to call himself a Spanish player. But what's your take?
About him changing the federation?
Yeah, and being a Spanish player. I've always thought of him as being a great example of the Latvian school of chess, of the attacking
I'm probably
school.
the wrong person to give insights on this. Really.
Okay.
So,
really?
yeah.
And
So maybe we
got
can come back to the
Magnus.
story a bit later.
Okay.
It's quite complex, to be honest. But
It certainly is, by all means, no question about it. It is complex. Magnus nursing an extra pawn. Theoretically, if the computer was playing black, it would have absolutely no problem drawing the game, but it's a human player. What's the situation? And we see Magnus looking calm as always.
King is opening up against perpetual checks. I don't see how white can win this. For example, here, I start to give you checks. The only thing that black needs to watch out is to trade queens. And if the black king mates in the so-called square,
The white
king, my apologies.
Yeah, in the square, yes.
Let's
so
say
that
this.
it could catch the pawn. So the last moves, could you just tell us the last moves to get here? So
the bunch of
check,
checks.
check, a bunch of checks. Yep.
This
Very good centralizing move, queen e4. So because of everything you said about the square, makes me want as black to play the move b4. So when I played the move b5, b4, your king is not going to be in the square, and then I can make a perpetual check, not fearing that you can put your queen in the way of a perpetual check, right? So
that's a brilliant point.
Yeah, so the move b4 will, if you play g5, I'm going to deliver a perpetual check to h1, and if your king tries to run towards your queen, I think I can trade queens.
You know, I hate to disappoint the Norwegian fans, Carlsen fans, but I'm 99% convinced that Mayer knows how to make a draw here. So this b4, like you said, Yasser, give perpetual check. I mean, he is 2650 caliber player. He's not going to miss this.
No, I think so too. And I have to get that in, by the way. Shout out to the production team that we happened to be turning to the Magnus Carlsen game, and we could, pull in the webcam as well at the time that we're talking. That's pretty nice pairing.
Right.
So we're doing something right come day 2. We're going to be hellacious come day 3.
Watch out for us in day 5 and 6.
Right. An old cheapo of mine, I don't know if you use it. I can't wait. You just say this like with a great excited voice. I can't wait for tomorrow. And you have to ask why. What's happening tomorrow, right? And then you deliver the punchline. I get better looking every day. Wow, I can't wait for tomorrow. Well, why?
Actually, yes, sir, but about Magnus's game.
Yes.
This could be another blow to Magnus, because he is, everybody knows that he is already announced that he's not going to defend his title. That was the big news about a week ago on the International Day of Chess, by the way.
Abdicating. Yeah.
But how do you make to 2,900 by making draws here?
Exactly. So he says, I'm not giving up chess. I love chess. I'm going to play chess. I'm going to play in the Sinkville Cup in St. Louis. I'm chasing the dream of 2,900. That's a goal I have. I definitely want to reach that goal. And you're absolutely right. Well, you know, you play in an Olympiad where you take asymmetric risks in the sense that you might play, for argument's sake, a 2,400, and a draw is going to cost you an enormous amount of rating points. And you're playing against a very, very competent, capable Georg Meyer, who, as you said, is a caliber 2650, maybe even higher at a peak. He's certainly capable of withdrawing. And, you know, you draw a few games and that 2,900, that 2882 rating you have really suddenly is at 2850, and climbing the mountain to 2,900 never looks so difficult. It's not easy. It's not easy at all.
No, not easy at all.
And by the way, much to my surprise, Georg started with a check. Queen e3. He did not play the move b5, b4 as expected. And after
This is a forced draw immediately. Can we do that?
That's the question, is it? So king h4. Let's try to squeeze up the board. Yeah, check, king g5. We're squeezing, more squeezing up the board. Here, queen f4, like you say, now I'm in the square. So any queen trade is immediately game over. Black loses. That's what we mean by the square. We take the promotion square, the pawn, where the pawn is.
Maybe just give a check here. But this is slightly more complex now.
King f5, right? Aha.
And now I want to trade the queens.
Now you want to trade the queens. So I'll go queen e4. If you want to trade queens, do it on my terms, please. And now I can move my king with a check. Yeah. And
this is getting too tricky, to be honest.
Well, here I might take the pawn. Queen takes b4.
Oh, immediately, right.
Yeah, just, you know, I'm a pawn grabber, you know, it's in my DNA.
Right.
If I said it's in my blood, it's not enough.
But this is, by the way, being played. So Magnus clearly tends to play queen f3 or queen f2.
Right? He's looking for that opportunity. Yeah.
Now, can you play b4 now?
Yeah.
There's no check on e7.
Yeah, but whenever the pawn isn't protected, I'm worried that a queen f7 check will somehow, you know, it'll be a double attack and the pawn will be clipped. Yeah. That's what I worry about. And then, of course, it ends up being a draw anyway, right?
Somehow, right?
Right? King h4, yeah. Queen f2.
How do you make a draw here? I'm not so sure.
I don't know. I mean, I'll go consult my New in Chess magazine yearbook or something. You know, here the bar seems to say this. It's
total draw.
Total draw after queen e7, I suppose. And that's the other thing about what you were saying there, the table bases. It's sort of like this God mode where, you know, there are like 8 moves that draw too. It's not just one.
Right.
And then sometimes there is but one drawing move, and then suddenly there's like 12 or 14 moves that draw. Yeah. These are very, very difficult.
Mayer's idea is to try to dislaunch the white queen on f2 where it's not so active, then give a check and then play b4.
Okay, I'm all for that. That's a nice concept. Yeah.
Because still you're gonna trade, right?
No, then you're still in the square set. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back.
I think Magnus totally knows this is a draw. He's just.
I love the way you make an analysis and you show that in this analysis, in this position, white is winning, and then it's a delayed reaction, but the bar goes right through the roof. Yeah. Do you know those carnivals where the guy comes with a hammer and he hits a thing and it goes up, and if you hit a bell, you win the prize, right? It's like,
Right.
so I see your bar going up through the roof, and I think about the carnival, and you deserve a little stuffed animal.
Right.
Nice. Okay. Any other games of? By the way, what happened finally in the game of Humpy? We thought she was winning earlier. We expected her to have a smooth sail. Then when we left it, we go, whoa, there was no smooth sailing, not at all.
Yeah, let's check it.
And what? What are you?
No, this is not the game. It's a draw. They played a draw.
They played after G4?
So yeah, Conero just pulled the old trick
Offered
again.
a draw.
Yeah, offer a draw at the right moment.
And it worked.
That's
For
how
the
it
third
works.
time in the Olympiad, or maybe more.
I think actually more. It's such a known trick. You feel things are not going your way. I mean, your
Right.
opponent is playing well. Okay, but let's just offer a draw while I'm not completely busted.
Right.
And she should feel that the heat here, those dark squares are incredibly weak. Queen
Yes.
G5 or Queen H6.
Yes,
This king
you
is actually
mentioned.
weaker than the black king.
Yeah, somehow the pawn on E6 is doing a great job protecting the king on G8.
Right.
Making it less vulnerable. Okay, and because of this draw, okay, I mean, India obviously is not going to score 24-0 like it did in round one, but does India nonetheless has won their match decisively? Yes.
Yeah. So quite convincingly, this is the victory.
Was
I
it
saw, by the way, a
3.5?
suggestion in the chat, Yasser, about
Please.
Team United States, the ladies team.
Yes. How are their ladies doing? Our
Check it.
American ladies. Show the Bulgaria upset, please, Yasser. The Bulgaria upset. What happened? in
Bulgaria upset. All right,
Bulgaria
let's
apparently in the
make
open
very
section.
quick, very quick roundup. Irina Krush beat her opponent, which
Wow.
appears to be very strong attack.
Look at that attack against the G7 knight E. Okay,
Right.
that looks grisly. Children, avert your eyes.
Carissa Yip is playing with the black color against Omida Omonova, and she has an extra pawn, is it, right?
Right. First
Very quickly,
impression
try to
is
calculate that.
C4, C3. Oh, she did something else.
Trying to press for the win.
Okay. Good for
So,
Carissa.
so far, so good. Anna Zatonsky
Yes.
managed to beat Fruza Kamdanova.
I see 3 connected pass pawns. That's
Yep.
also looks like a convincing victory.
And also finally on board for Tatev Abrahamian. Let me try to bring up the game.
How did Tatev play?
Yeah, she won.
Bravo.
Yeah, check them in
So
on the
very
board. By the way.
convi-
Almost.
So very convincing victory for Team USA in the ladies. Excellent, excellent. And let's not lose track of Magnus. We'll try to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a queen ending. It's very, very tough stuff. But we think there's enough perpetual. And he did put the pawn on B4, as we have been kind of thumping the table for your to do. And of course, you got to show it. King H6 would have been a pathetically bad move, as that would have allowed 2 different checkmates, one with the pawn, one with the queen. The last move was
Which moment?
Queen F7 check, and we had King H8. King H6 would have been met with 2 different checkmates. So
Oh, that's lovely.
very nice. And there goes our bar, and everybody's happy.
Yeah.
King H8 instead. And is
Okay.
time a factor at all? They got their extra 30 minutes some time ago. We understand that. But is anybody deeply behind on the clock?
Right. So the time control, once again, to remind you, the viewers, is 90 minutes for the entire game. Then they get, here you see the format, extra 30 minutes until the end of the game, plus 30
Right.
seconds. So the clock you're seeing on Myers' side, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's extra 30 seconds. There's no more magical 1 hour coming. No, this is it. This is it, what you have to work with.
Right.
But the position is rather simple. So I think 30
True.
seconds should be enough. I think so.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Okay, so from White's point of view, what White would really like to do, and Magnus has done that, after King H7, let's go Queen E7 check and put the king back on H8. So what White really wants to do is, yes, H6, and somehow magically bring, well, how do you even bring your king?
I don't know. I just played B3, B2.
Exactly. How do you bring your king so that it's setting up a checkmating pattern?
And the only thing I can think of is H7, Queen F7, Queen G8.
How about King H5? Just, and you go ahead and play B2 for a second, just because I don't think, I've got a series of checks. I can go check and Queen E4 check. And obviously I want to be able to play, yeah, G5, G5, so I can go Queen E8 check and G6 mate. So go ahead and play G5 for just a moment. I think Queen H3 is just going to.
Right, but what about King G6?
King G6? Oh,
Yeah.
there's no mates. Excuse me, no checks.
No.
Sorry. Brilliant. That's what Magnus is playing for. Dude,
And then this
you
is his
discovered
only
it.
chance.
Dude, this is great.
But-
Ooh, no, I make a queen
Where?
in that final position.
I already lost it.
With a king on G6, I make a queen on B1. Your queen has to take my newly minted queen. And now I have my series of checks.
About
Yeah.
here, right?
Yeah, king G6. So here I can go B1 equals queen. You have to take the queen. And then I can go with my series of checks. Queen,
Right.
C6 check, and Queen E8, and all that good stuff. And right.
But this is still, you know, not very easy.
No. I'm being told, why did we make a queen on B1? We could go B1 equals bishop. I've never under promoted to a bishop. How about you?
Never.
Never.
Never. So
Never.
I would just do it for the sake of history.
Exactly.
For the sake of
Exactly.
history here. Let me do it.
Yeah, B1 equals bishop.
Lovely.
Lovely. No, I've under promoted to a knight multiple times. I've even under promoted to a rook multiple times, but no, never a bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is what Magnus is aiming for. I'm not
Definitely.
really a big fan of how Georg played out this endgame, but I mean, when you're sitting on the board, everything is much more complex.
Exactly.
So we go back to this. Where was this? This appeared to be kind of drawish about here. And
Yeah.
I'm not sure why did you have to start with this Queen E3 check. Maybe it's still needs
Exactly.
the same.
Let's
Right.
see the light position and update, because again, I think time is going to be a factor. They're going to have to, respond to those 30 seconds, Artur.
Yeah, and Meyer is down on the clock. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. King H8 is on the board.
Right? So what? King H8, and we were looking, I think we were trying to put the queen on E4, the pawn on H6.
I
We
think
were
Magnus
very
is just,
clever.
yeah, he's trying to figure out, should I put the queen on E4 right away
Yes,
or play H6? What do I
Right.
do? Because G5 is no good. G5 exposes the king against perpetual
That's right.
checks. Check,
Exactly.
check. So no good.
No good. We agree wholeheartedly. Something to be said about Queen E8 check and King H7, Queen E4 check. And then I liked your idea there of H6 and King H5. And it's sort of like, it's all kind of nebulous and hopeful, but you got to do something if you're trying to win this. And Magnus is definitely trying to win this, no question about it. But you've got to give your opponent an opportunity to trick themselves,
Right.
right? Somehow get them to play king takes h6 in the wrong moment after series of checks, so you can checkmate them. with the
I'm not
pawn.
even sure if Magnus is feeling a lot of pressure
Mhm.
because he knows, I mean, normally this should be a draw. He
Of course.
knows that Team Norway is winning. Of course,
Yes.
2900 is nice,
Right?
but okay, if it's a draw, it's a draw. So
Exactly. And the 2900 is coming the day after tomorrow, and don't worry about it, right? You know, your priority in the Olympiad is to win the match that's taking place right now today. There's
Right.
yeah. Don't forget the Bulgarian upset. Once again, I'm being told by the chat, Bulgaria has won in the open section. Tell us who Bulgaria was playing as we keep
yeah,
an
let me
eye
very
on
quickly
the
try to pull
Magnus
it up.
Carlsen game.
We are gonna focus on the World Champions game, but
Absolutely, just to mention,
just
because
to
we were
mention.
asking about match upsets as we went into today's broadcast.
All right. So Bulgaria was playing against Croatia. Look at that. I mean,
Okay.
significantly underrated. I mean, at least every single board was about 150 points lower, 150 to 100 points. And that's the word that there's an upset, that Bulgaria is beating Croatia.
And the
I
score
can't
at the
confirm
moment?
that at the moment.
The scorers at the moment in that soon to be upset. And another possible upset, Denmark, Zambia.
So who is upsetting who? I guess Zambia.
Exactly. Somebody's getting their feelings hurt. We just don't know who at the moment.
I'm pretty sure that Denmark is the favorites, and Zambia could beat Denmark. Really?
Wow.
Because they have two amazing young players. I know Jonas Bjerrebull, one of the youngest talents in Europe. About what's his rating right now? About 2600 plus. Jasper Sundergaard Tubo, who was 2600, but he's lost God knows how many rating points. I don't know. Something is not working for him lately. And Rasmussen, one of the most expensive grandmasters of Denmark, and Martin Haubro. All of the boards were ELO favorites, and something still happened.
Wow. And again, we'll keep an eye on that, because we just had a big move, B3 by Georg. And are they aiming right towards that position that somehow we ended up playing B1 equals
Yes, sir, we are still grandmasters, right?
they're getting closer and closer to making a historical under promotion to a bishop here.
We should prep the cameras, right?
Right, like the guy who's reaching across the board for not a queen but a bishop.
Yeah.
That
So
would
that
be
was
funny.
it again. B3,
Yeah.
King H5, B2, check here, and King
Right.
G6.
Right. And we were ready to give a mate on E8, and then suddenly this bishop, what? We get snagged by a bishop. Again, I'm being, it looks like from the chat at least, that Bulgaria not only pulled out an upset, but won convincingly. Is that right? 3.5.
Really?
Like, I don't know if I'm being trolled on the chat, but wow, if that was true, that'd be amazing. Because like you were saying, there's big 100 rating points difference on almost each and every board. Well, we'll wait for the confirmation on that. But that's definitely worth noting, and hat tip to the Bulgarians should they have made such an upset. We're just gonna see if we can get confirmation on that, and we'll be back with you on that. But
Luckily,
okay,
yesterday we didn't
yes,
announce any upsets because there were no upsets.
no upset to be announced, right?
Transmission
the
errors.
favorites were phenomenal, and you mentioned at the top of the show, Artur's 24-0 for the teams from India. They won all of their games of all of their matches. Remarkable. By the way, King H5 on the board.
Today, Team India, I mean, all Team India have dropped some points, obviously, but I think they're doing pretty fine. I didn't check how the second team is doing today, but
yeah, something that
so many teams to cover, about 200, almost 200 teams in open section, the ladies section. So sometimes, I mean, dear viewers, we really appreciate all the insights you're saying there in the chat, bringing the positive vibes and everything. And sometimes you say, listen, can you check this team? We see the comment, but we physically cannot do it, right? Not always.
Yeah,
but
not always.
If we can, we do it.
By the way, just on that note, at least it crossed my mind to share the thought. I remember, again, when Yugoslavia, Novi Sad was hosting the Olympiad, and they had these different teams, and then, Team A played Team B of Yugoslavia, and the spectators might think, oh, well, Team B is going to support Team A and lose badly. And no way, man. Those teams, they're playing to clobber the national A team. Boy, they fought tooth and nail. It will be very interesting to see what will happen when a team from India, Team A of India, will play a Team B from India. And by the way, here we go.
Yes, sir. Get ready.
Get ready for Queenie 8 check. King H7.
So the moment of truth is
Queen E4 check.
Is the
King,
bishop in Myers Can.
Exactly. As we anticipate, the king will draw back and king to G6, setting up those checkmating patterns.
Time to make a little fun.
Right? Wow. Okay. I played roughly 4,000 tournament games. If you go to chess base, they'll probably have 18, maybe 1,900, but I played so much in my career in open tournaments in America. I started as a Swiss player. And of course, there was no databases when I started playing in 1972. So more than half of my games are not in the database. Oh, okay. Now you're having fun.
No, that's the chat. That's the chat. I'm not doing a thing. I'm not doing a thing.
Nice.
I'm just impressed by the stalemate trick. But is it even a draw? Wait for it. Wait for it. It's not over.
Oh, too pretty.
Look at that.
Wow. And I see that somehow the camera got moved.
All right.
From our Magnus moment there, as we were hoping to see a bishop.
Well, there's some guy standing in front of the position. We don't see it yet.
Well, that's why we need, those shotguns, blasts.
All right. So obviously there's a lot of audience everybody wants to see.
Yes.
And not only here on Twitch and YouTube, everywhere, wherever you're watching. Here, finally, there you go.
And we have King G6 on the board.
Wait, the king is on H8. It's not on G8.
Oh, you mean there's no Queen G7?
There's no Queen G7 anymore.
Oh. But are we going to see B8, B1 equals bishop and Queen C6 check?
Take the bishop, Georg.
Oh, this is
He did play it.
He did?
That's at least what I'm getting here.
That would be great fun.
And there you go. Oh,
I
that
want to
was
see
very
that
quick.
moment of truth. It's
That was
almost
very
like
quick, actually.
we missed it.
Unbelievable.
No, we were waiting.
The bishop was
Okay.
there.
I'm storming out. This will not stand. I mean, 5 hours of broadcast brought us to this ultimate moment of truth, and we didn't even get to see an under promotion. By the way, it had to be a bishop because you can still see the 2 queens on the left side of the board. So it was a bishop, Archers. It was historic.
There was just no queen to take, right? Just take the next best thing.
I'm seeing double question mark emojis on my chat. Like, how did we miss it?
We waited
How did
for
we
that.
miss it? I think it's Queen C5 double question mark.
No, it's Queen C6. Queen C6 is on the board.
Of course it is.
Clearly.
That was that's the relay transmission DGT.
Right. Maybe
Yeah.
he did the slide like Queen C5. and you-
Exactly. It's that glide to the C6 square that hampered us.
All right. Let's try to.
Well, I'm really sad that the king is not on G8 and we didn't get that Queen G7 shot. That would have been also one for the ages. Wow.
Did it at least get a smile from Magnus?
Another thing, I mean, where's our production team when we really need them? I mean, the one moment of under promotion, did we get a reveal by Magnus? I mean, inquiring minds want to
Let's
know.
check maybe Team Norway profile very quickly while this game is ongoing. It's not going to finish in something like in 3-4 minutes. So let's
Right.
check how Team Norway is prepared for Olympiad in Chennai.
The Olympiad is the ultimate team competition in chess. However, Norway's chances for medaling for the first time likely rest on the shoulders of one player. That player also happens to be the reigning world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen will be in Chennai to represent Norway for the first time since 2016. Inevitably, he is key to a potential Norwegian success story. If Team Norway is to find a spot on the podium, or even shock the world and win it all, Carlsen must dominate. Still, even a dominant world champion will need help. Fortunately for Norway, the supporting cast is the strongest that it's ever been. Arjen Tari, the 2017 World Junior Chess Champion, is one of the world's top 100 players and will play the second board for Norway. Tari was just 14 years old when Carlsen became World Chess Champion, but now, though young, he is an experienced competitor and a valuable Norwegian star. Also representing Norway's post-Carlsen generation are Johan Sebastian Christensen and Frode Urkedal. They too were but teenagers when Carlsen reached the pinnacle of individual chess. Now they must hold their own if Norway is to reach the top of team chess. Jon Ludvig Hammer, Carlsen's longtime friend and a former 2700 player, rounds out this exciting team. Hammer also has been a valued second to Carlsen in some of his greatest successes. The Norwegians have never medaled in the Olympiad, but this year, Norway is seeded third. With their high seeding comes high expectations of taking home their first medal.
So we're expecting Queen E3 check.
And we're live back following the game of Magnus Carlsen, who is doing his wonders as usual, trying to trick Georg Meyer. And this is what we discussed. It felt to be drawish, but there was one factor we didn't account to. It's Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly. The grinding, always grinding world champion Magnus Carlsen, as he's doing his thing. But we're having some little transmission relay errors because it was like the queen went to C6, not to C5. And that would have allowed checkmate, obviously, for Magnus. And we're back to these table-based positions, and it's easy for us to sit there and say, oh, the table base says this is a draw, the table base says that is a win. But when your clock is ticking and you're facing Magnus Carlsen, you have a tendency to make mistakes. I want to-
Magnus pulled a Magnus again. Unbelievable.
and he's
you might
won
resign.
the game after King G6. Jörg said, "Oh no, I don't have any defense to Queen F6 check and G7 mate, and Queen C6 will run into Queen F6. What you said, just trade the queens." And Jörg blundered. He blundered it.
I love this comment, by the way, dear viewers. One of the viewers said there's Grandmaster, there's Super Grandmasters, and then there's Magnus Carlsen. I mean,
Right.
I wholeheartedly agree with that, right? It's easy, but it looks easy. It's not obvious how, I mean, it should be a draw, but then Magnus steps in and makes it all the difference in the world. Amazing.
It really, it truly is. I mean, it is remarkable, and I like that greatest of all time and all of that stuff. And I remember this one great quote of Bobby Fischer, where the journalist says, "Well, Bobby, you're the #1 player in the world, and Spassky's #2." And Bobby says, "No, Spassky's not #2." He goes, "What? Yeah, I'm #1, I'm #2, and I'm #3. Spassky's #4." Bobby wanted to make it absolutely clear who was #1. Hey, there he is, waiting for his team captain to sign, the arbiters to sign. But that was, vintage Magnus Carlsen.
I mean,
Archer, it's just
you
amazing.
can't really blame Meyer. He played a flawless game. Played a
Right?
flawless game until about move 70, 75.
Right.
One
Come
mistake,
on.
you're done.
Yeah, it's tragic for Jörg, but this is the type of victory, by the way, that can make a huge difference to your whole perspective, your attitude towards the Olympiad. I mean, we're talking about the 2,900, and suddenly, instead of losing 4 rating points, you gain, a half a rating point. And you start to think, like, if I can get another win like this and this and this. And as we discussed in the profile of the Norwegian team, Magnus has some support. It's not a joke. I mean, Norway is in here to get a medal.
I think there's another game right now, probably you have to check. It's Jo Ludvig Hammer, still playing for team Norway. I'm looking for that perfect score, right? If I believe my calculations are correct, Team Norway leads 3-0. Magnus, like a true team leader, like world champion, he scored a victory. 3 points for Norwegians, and Hammer definitely doesn't want to be the guy who makes the only draw today.
And it looks to my eyes like he's going to win it, because knight b6, that comes with a tempo. Then the knight will go back to the a4 square, where it will be threatening to go to c5, which will be another tempo against the bishop on e6. And that sequence of tempo gives white all the time he needs to push his queenside pawn. So I think Hammer, with the move knight b6, knight a4, he's going to make it 4-0, which is a very big
Absolutely
score.
incredible.
Huge.
I mean, this is a huge announcement for Team Norway. We are here to make a major result.
That's exactly what that says. So we're expecting, after this move g4, the move knight b6. Again, that's a tempo against the rook. The rook moves. The knight goes to a4, and, well, that's going to be a tempo against the bishop. And just when I said something, our transmission went fell.
All right, so you were saying knight b6.
It spit out a hairball. Don't
Right.
hate that. Oh,
All
we're
right,
back.
Pete. So knight b6, 2 extra pawns, b4, knight a4, knight e5. Looks really good. There's a move. a6 is played.
What? Oh, is
There's
that
rook c6.
even more? Oh, that's even much more direct. I apologize. Why do I apologize? Oh, king b7, rook takes e6, and a fist bump. That was it.
Yeah. F on g4, 2 extra pawns. Young Ludwig knows this is technically winning.
Yes. Apologies. That's much more convincing, and a very relieved and happy world champion Magnus Carlsen sitting
And
there.
that's resignation from the opponent right there.
Yes. He's sitting there saying, hey, 4-0 guys. Hey, I got support. Not
He's
always the
support
case.
this time.
Yeah.
Right. Because it's difficult also for Magnus, right? Sometimes when you play in these team events, you wait that your team is going to help you. And they were perhaps not so strong before, but years have passed and Norway has managed to produce some very strong grandmasters. Ari and Tari, who is very close to get to 2700. Jon Ludwig Hammer, who was 2700. There's the young stars like Christiansen, like Urkedal. It's a very strong team now.
No question about it. And that hat tip to the Norwegian team as we see them in a very good mood. Wonderful. I think that's more or less going to be finishing our coverage. But if you don't mind, just highlight what the favorites did in the open section as far as the Team USA and the Team India. Team Norway. Well, there you have it. You've got the match scores.
Yeah. And indeed, it was a draw between Wesley So and Delgado. So he secured a victory for Team United States. Perhaps not the most exciting victory, but victory is a victory. 2 points for Team United States. India once again confirms their ambition in the Olympiad. They beat Moldova 3.5 points against half a point. Team Norway swept away Uruguay 4-0.
Wow.
Amazing result.
Just wow. Belgium nicking Spain for a single draw. Poland over Colombia 3-1. And in the ladies, the big favorites in the ladies, we can't go down all of them, but we just want to pay our respects to the top finishers.
Right. Yeah, very quickly, maybe I'll mention also the board 6-10. Azerbaijan beat Philippines 3-1. Portugal lost to Netherlands. The Netherlands managed to score a victory. We didn't see Benjamin Box's final game because it was some transmission error. Ukraine, another 4-0. Very impressive start by the Ukrainian team.
Over Albania. That's not an easy win.
Germany beat Finland 3-1. And England beat Singapore 3-1 as well.
Okay, very good. And now we can see the women's top teams. There we have India at this moment with, I guess, a game remaining. Has won the match against Argentina already, 2.5-half. We'll be going off air not knowing the very final result. Turkey 1, Ukraine 3. A big result there with Ukraine. With Mariya losing. Is that right, Arturs?
Right. Indeed.
Georgia. Squeaking by Lithuania 2.5, 1.5. Croatia losing badly to Poland 3.5-half. France, with 1 game remaining, has a 3-0 score over Egypt. It's been an eventful round 2, Arturs. And just before we leave, let's just see the final game that is going on with India, because, I'm sure the whole of India is watching, as every half point could become meaningful when those tie breaks are.
Are we talking about the ladies section or the open
I
section?
think the ladies section.
Yeah, let me.
Looks like we have a game remaining with the ladies there.
Let me try to pull it up. There's so many games. So which game in question could it be? Vaishali won the game. I think Tanya won the game. Conero drew.
Yep. Drew.
So it must be the final.
Yep. It was
Well.
a very, very empty tournament hall, right?
No,
You
but I
see
think
in-
it already finished.
in the background. Oh, it already finished. Sorry.
That's at least what I have here. Because bishop c5 is incoming. So Team India. No, wait. That's another Indian player there. Maybe Vaishali, that's it. Just a sec, let me check it. I'm not totally sure about it. Yeah, indeed, Vaishali. Actually, I thought that Vaishali won the game. No, I was mistaken. Because remember, Yasa, we look at this position. I
And
thought,
we
okay,
thought-
two extra pawns,
Exactly.
dominating
exactly.
position, but there's a play.
No. Okay, so some slips happened. We were looking at knight c3 and we gave the position a rest. But now, what's the current position?
This is the
That's the
current
question.
position.
Ooh, and again, I've never had to win this position, and I've never had to defend it. But according to our wonderful table bases, the table bases inform us that black is not winning, that the two extra pawns can be successfully defended against. That's a big ask, though. It's very, very, very tough to, and for example, after this move, rook g8, I just saw the bar went, the
I
computer
just
was
remember
not
one
happy.
thing. I just remember one thing about F and H pawn rook end games is that they're normally drawn, but if your king gets cut off to the final rank, it's winning. So the defensive strategy for the weaker side is put the king in front of the most advanced pawn, which is not
This case
happening
would be
here.
h2, yeah, okay.
And that's why I guess the bar says the black is winning.
Well, in this moment, the problem with the move rook h8 is that rook h6, and then if you give me a check, I run with the king, and thanks to the rook being behind the h pawn, h2 is a winning threat. So rook h6, I think, would be just a finish of the game.
Also, there's king g4, rook g5, by the way.
Also, there's that one too. That looks like real progress.
Mm-hmm.
Real progress as well. There might be several ways of winning. I just saw rook h6 and mentally I thought rook g8 check, king f5. You can give me a series of checks, but eventually I may walk my king towards the rook, and the move h2 is compelling a retreat.
Right.
Well, I don't know, archers. We're gonna have to call it a day here in Holland. It's a beautiful day. Nature is calling. It's time for a barbecue. I don't know what you have in mind, but it's been a wonderful broadcast. It's great that the production is the transmission, the games. We're getting so much more, and a big shout out to our audience who kind of guides us and lets us know what's going on. Thank you, each and every one. Do us a favor, though. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, where you're watching, and get them to join the stream. It's great for our sponsors. It's great for chess. It's great for us.
Yeah, maybe also we have to check once again the schedule of the live coverage, because
Please.
this is only round 2. So once again, we are gonna be back tomorrow. Me and Yasser, we are gonna be right back here at 11:30 Central European Summertime. Good thing for Europeans. Well, for Americans, I guess you're gonna have to wake up a bit early because it's 2:30 a.m. in the morning.
Right.
And it's gonna be every single day until the last round, the same time.
Absolutely. Yeah, and again, for me, archers, it's been great working with you alongside. It's the first time we're working together, but so far the tag team is working. The ties are doing their magic.
Right. Thank you, everybody for watching us, and come back tomorrow and watch out for the next little announcement I'm gonna make in a second.
Well, thank you. Good night.
Good night.